Some really somber music we've got this morning. Howdy, Luke. Howdy. How is everybody doing today? And we're going straight into the chasm. Okay, still like, okay, we're full sending the really, really solid music. How are y'all doing today? Let's see. Hopefully, stream as good. I'm back in my apartment up for school, so we are back to slower internet and possibly shorting my breaker again. I don't know. We'll see if that happens again. I have a new power supply on my computer, so hopefully I don't trip my breaker again. Hopefully that like is a problem of the past. We'll see though. Went to a birthday party yesterday, ended up kind of late. Ooh. I mean, that sounds fun though. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I don't know, I'm just chilling. I'm in this like weird like limbo state of anxiety where like part of me, like I'm back up at my apartment at school, so like I should be doing school stuff, but my classes haven't started. They start on Tuesday, so like I'm like I need to be doing homework, but I don't have any homework to do. What do I do with myself? So I'm in the environment is like that's like, oh, you have school to be doing, but no, I don't have shit to do. So I'm just kind of existing. But I'm enjoying the bit of time I've got to myself before I start doing classes. I should start doing school. I'm waiting for everything to show up on Canvas. Not everything is up on Canvas yet. Which makes me annoyed. My project management, I got that one. I got machine learning, which is gonna be online for the first couple of weeks, which will be fun. Yeah, it's a very weird sensation of like I need to be doing something, but I don't. There's nothing to be doing, so like I don't. I did have the thought though, Bert, like right before stream, I was like, I should like update my resume. Maybe I should like, that's what I should do with these like next couple of days. But yeah. Just wait for people to get in here. I could honestly boot up the game now and just like start collecting mats while we wait for people to get in. Because like, oh, where does the quest actually like continue? It's like the next waypoint. It's like okay, it's like north of Nasha Town, so we can like we have free reign of over the new area. Before, because I know stuff is respawned. So let's do that. Let me swap over. Yeet. We will collect mats and just like exist while. Let me do audio and sound stuff. Yoink. Game sound up. Music go away. Thank you. Cool. Let's go. Let's go collect stuff. What's the new avatar? Oh yeah, Aoife. No, I don't care. Let us go collect Columbina materials over here. Cause yeah, the quest continues like right north of this like of Nasha Town, so I can just like beep up around here, wherever. Are you still leveling Columbina? Yes, I am. She's still 70. She's exactly where I left her last stream. I do actually need to find this chest. Where was this chest that you guys? Whoa, I did not want to drag that chat away. Hold on. I know you messaged the chat with that chest. Right here. Players of Embla. It's like right here-ish. It's like right along here. Okay, I can find that easy. Please ascend the tower. I'm not gonna ascend the tower, dude. Shut it. Shutty. Patience, you. But yeah, I have me being me now. I don't really play this game off stream very much, so I have not actually leveled her past what we did on stream on Wednesday. So I am still. I explored a little bit of Nodcry, or the new area. As you can see, I filled out some waypoints. I did a couple of puzzles. Not a whole lot. I went up here. I started this quest, which was interesting. But still need to keep. I have not even touched the Experimental Design Bureau. I just need to hunker down and do this shit. Because I feel like that is so many primos and like so much XP that I'm just missing out on. There's so many worlds. I can't tell, dude. It's absurd. Like the fact that we ran into like 4 on the way here on Wednesday, like it's absurd. Okay, well, let's find this chest because I know this chest is a bunch in it. I think it's also right next to it. Shut it. Go away. Stop it. I also leveled her talents. I worked on her talents a bit. So she's max at 6. I'm assuming at the doctor fight. Whoa. Yeah, I have to do the doctor fight in order to do stuff. Okay, so I think it's this chest, right? Yeah. It would, in fact, be this chest.
There is no escape.
Mind the side effects.
Toss over. Shine down. A move for all.
I was also playing around with some team comps. I landed on this. This doesn't actually suck all that much. Gonna kind of have you in the background during work? Hell yeah. Well, hopefully enjoy work, I guess. Don't suffer too much. But yeah, having this like sort of background, like lunar electrocharge, isn't terrible. I mean, it's not ideal, and I definitely think like my Raiden Shogun needs to be better, but it kind of works. Having the electrocharge just kind of tick in the background and then have Hu Tao do Hu Tao things, like, not bad. Yeah, there we go.
What a cute treasure coffin.
That is very welcome. Okay, how many do I need? I need 21 more, and then I need a couple of these. Got it. Boop. It'll be better once Columbina's 90. Yeah, I even like 80 with her, with like, I'll probably, she'll probably be perfectly fine 80 with better artifacts too. I still need like actual good artifacts on her. I have her set completed, but I just need to actually like have artifacts on her. What do... This one like leveled. Oh, it's leveled 16, that's fine. This one's like level 9, I need to bring that up. This is terrible. I need this to be HP percent. Although it does have HP percent substat. That's the cup I have on her, and then that's dog water. So far she's not terrible. Especially since she's C1. So yeah, this oh shit, this is starting? Okay. Yeah, no, this, like, the team comp works actually, not terribly. It could be so much worse. Boop. Okay. Let us go find the rest of our stuff. Need to bring up Genshin Impact map. Nope, that is the non-official one. There we go. Official map. How does Hoyo's official map not come up first on Google? That is absurd. I'm using a variation of it. What, like the team comp? Of like this team comp? What's your variation of it? Okay, so I got the ones on this side, so I should have stuff on this side. Good. 34. Yeah. On that side. I was using Llama instead of IG. That's probably better. Probably need Llama. It's like, if I want to like keep working with Columbian, I should probably get Llama. No, don't. I don't want to go in the tower. Shut it. Stop it. Stop it. I'm running. I'm running like I did last time. This exact thing happened last time we were here. Like, I'm getting deja vu from Wednesday. I think I could get that thing. Ooh, ooh.
With the wind.
Yeah, but Baiju doesn't suck. He gives a little bit of extra healing and provides like at least a little bit more lunar reaction, like energy. I got those. I got the ones in front here, so now we can move on to Peninsula stuff. Why did I not get this one? What the fuck? What was I doing on Wednesday, dude? It's literally right here. Okay. Llama and FR of it. Yeah, no, that's like the AFK team. Llama and FR are the team where you just like don't play the game. Or Llama and Nefa and Columbine are like that's the combo where you just don't play the game. You just kind of sleep and you win. Again, how did I not get this? What was he doing? There's some over here. There's some back here, I remember. Walking path. I don't care about the luxurious chest. All I care about is materials. Let's call them Bina mats. Let's go. Okay, 45. That's actually fucking perfect. You had one goal in mind, and I apparently did. I didn't even realize I could tunnel vision that hard on this. What? Okay, hold on, let me... I don't have Farina. Am I gonna have to do this the old school way? There we go. Fastest swimmers are the large women models. That is something that you know if you've been playing this game for a long time. Most stamina efficient swimmers are the adult women. There's one here. And more on this side. I probably honestly had my eyes. Yes, that is correct. Adult women models are the most stamina efficient swimmers. So if you need to cross, just like men are fastest sprinters because they can actually properly bunny hop. The trade-off is that women are faster at swimming. I do not understand the rationale between their decision for that, but yeah. That was something you used to need to know because of this shit. Back at the beginning of this game, we didn't have a good way of navigating this bullshit, so you had to know how to most efficiently across the navigate around here. And so the thing that people discovered was that adult women models are just the best at, or the fastest at swimming. They're the most stamina efficient. So you're more likely to be able to navigate the stone forest without drowning with adult women. So the more you know. Again, trivia that only a fucking 1.0 player would know. Because we're the only players that actually needed to know that shit. You completely forgot about that area? I will never forget about that area. I actually had to grind that area a lot for albedo, because my albedo artifacts. Oh wait, is that the domain with my albedo artifacts? Hold on, or it might be a different one. Yeah, so these Husk of Opulent Dreams. Yeah, I think that's that domain. No, it is not. That's okay. Never mind. I was grinding that for some reason at some point though. I was grinding that domain for some reason at some point, and so I'm very familiar with that area. Again, 1.0 things. I remember back when I started playing, my account was kind of botched from the beginning, so I didn't I didn't really have a great main DPS. The closest I had was Ganyu, and so there's more over here. I don't think I got. The closest I had in terms of a main DPS was Ganyu for a while. And so I wasn't really able to efficiently clear content. Especially, I did have a Diluc, I think, but I couldn't get any good artifacts for him because, Crimson Witch domain was like Hellspawn for the longest time. And so in order to get XP and get any sort of artifact, you just kind of had to grind whatever domain you could complete, reasonably that you could complete. And so the one I kind of ended up doing was the Guyan Stone Forest one. And so yeah, I would just like grind that area because there's also like a lot of good mobs in there that you can grind out for like materials and whatnot. So yeah. 1.0 was a weird time. It was a very weird time. It's a completely different game too. Cause like back then you had a couple of choices, especially in like 1.0, you had a couple of choices for DPS, but all of them weren't really that good. Like especially 1.0, you're like, the release of the game, you had
Change of plan.
Diluc, Keqing, Klee, and like some 4 stars possibly. Because there was also like Ningguang, there was, you know, the standard banner characters. But no one was really that great. And so you had to make do with what you had because there wasn't really such thing as a hyper carry yet. So it was a completely different game. Howdy Nix, welcome in. Welcome in. We are just yapping and collecting stuff. Let me go fight this boss. I used Keqing until Raiden. Yeah, no, I did too. My Keqing is actually not half bad. Yeah, my Keqing is actually not bad. So I used her for a bit. Who else do I have that I used before I got Hu Tao? Because once I got Hu Tao, I was like, okay, this is all I need ever. Because yeah, my Diluc's good purely because, you know, I had to make him good at some point. Yeah, my Ganyu is actually kind of cracked because she had to be cracked. The reason why I actually got Ganyu was so I could do Crimson Witch better. That's the reason why I pulled for Ganyu. Howdy Phantom, welcome in. Yeah, let's go fight Columina boss. And let's get her to 80, and then we will continue on with the quest. So peak, yeah. Well, we're just chatting about 1.0 issues. Just 1.0 things. No, I don't want to craft. I actually need to go craft. Like about how, because I was talking about how the fastest swimmers in the games are the women.
Shine down.
Our adult women are the fastest swimmers in the game. And so I was talking about like how those are things that like 1.0 players know. And I was talking about Guyan Stone Forest because the reason why you know that and people like figured that out was because people were trying to figure out how to most effectively like actually farm Guyan Stone Forest or like navigate the Stone Forest. And so yeah, we were talking about that stuff. And so yeah, I was talking about how like early game was just so weird because you had to know shit like that in order to be like effective.
Remember, health comes.
There is no escape.
It was an era. It definitely was. It was a very strange time.
Torn to oblivion.
I have no idea how this boss works. I'll be straight up. Ow. I think I cleared that faster with Columbina than I did with Like with my main team, my all reliable team.
No.
Many elemental types is better. Okay, interesting. Okay. How many do I need? I need more. Got 3 from that. 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay, that's not bad. Oh shit! It just respawns. Fuck yeah. Okay.
Illusion shattered.
Go off, dude. Apparently gone. Since when has that been a thing? I thought you still had to like TP away and do something else before it respawns. What the fuck? For like months, it shows how much I play this fucking game.
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Shine down. Surge.
You're immune to elemental damage when you're in this state, aren't you? That's annoying.
Shines eternal.
A bigger push.
There is no.
Ouch. Don't do that, that's rude. Boop. Why does this song, why does the soundtrack for this fight go so hard? This is crazy.
Taking a turn for the better.
Shine down. Now you shall perish.
Yeah, you're immune to fire right now, so.
There is no escape.
Mind the side effects.
These Final Fantasy ass. Whoa! There you go. Now you open up for a beating.
Higher, higher.
On fire. Come on. There we go. Boop. Gains resistance to the damage. Yeah, okay. So you kind of have to lay off in the background and wait for it to just kind of. There we go. And now I can go and TP. Nope. Don't want to fight you again. I'm not gonna go to Nasha Town. I don't want to trigger the quest. I'm gonna go. All reliable. Be my beloved. It's fine if you deal lunar. Yeah, I figured. That's also probably why it feels so much better to do with Columbina on the team, is because I'm doing lunar damage. Let's see, where are we here? Oh. Need full, right? Yeah. And level 80. Auto ed. There she goes. Good lord. Okay. I will slowly piece her together into level 90. But for now, I don't need to do that. I'm still a very strong believer of you don't really need to bring characters to 90. A little bit over, like it's, I mean, it's worth it, but you don't need to. 80 is pretty much the break point for a vast majority of characters.
Add Astra. Thank you for completing.
Where's Unseen Razor? Oh, the
Add
most
Astra.
annoying fucking daily commission. Claim all. Touch again. Wait. Okay. Climb. we're good to go. Stop say. Let's go back over here. Let us run the domain a bit for talents. And then, ooh, do we do talents or do I do? Let's do talents while I have the welcome back thing. Take advantage of this shit as much as physically possible. Actually, I'm gonna go make some condensed resin real quick. I'll be fine if I TP to Nashatown, right? It's like up here is where this triggers. Okay, over here. You can tell what my muscle memory, where my muscle memory is and is not, because like, I know exactly where the fucking, I know exactly where the, fuck, words. I know exactly where the alchemy table is in Liyue, but in Nodcry, I still actually have to look for it. Okay. Let us the Moonlight one. Let's bring this tame, fuck it. And let us. I won't be able to level really her at all until I actually unlock the doctor fight, but it'll be good for now. It'll be good to stockpile stuff.
Time to go. Converge. Harm to oblivion. There is no escape.
Although I completely forgot. I think I do have Shogun built as a main DPS. That's why she regenerates her ultimate so fast. I think I like once upon a time I actually tried to use her as a main DPS. Oh, you little shit.
Now you
Move.
shall perish.
Don't do that. That's fucking rude. Jesus Christ, that hurts.
Win it. Go.
Good lord, that hurts. Okay. Last one, and then we will actually, honest to God, start the quest. Not completely useless in this team. It won't do a lot of hyper bloom damage. But lunar charge scales with crit. Okay. I mean, that's good to know. Actually, I don't think I knew that.
Taking a turn for the better.
So like when Hu Tao is off, I can use her as like my sub DPS because like I can Hu Tao can do Hu Tao things, and then when Hu Tao's out, I can switch over here, refresh stuff,
A bitter pill to swallow.
and then like
Inazuma
bop,
shines eternal.
and then we could be doing a whole bunch of lunar charge.
Remember, health comes first. Mind the side
Delete
effects.
this fucker. I'm actually curious to bring this into Spiral Abyss just to kind of see how it stacks up. Because it actually doesn't feel that bad. Survivability is dog water, but DPS wise, it actually doesn't feel terrible. Hey man, do that. Okay, let's see. Perfect. No, not that. Talents. I need a bunch of you. I need a bunch more slime condensate. But aside from that, I can bring these up. Sweet. Also level her auto attack, I guess. Why not? Just a little bit. Cool. That is done and dusted. Now, let's do this quest. Let us keep working on this quest. So, we've got to go. Yeah, okay, so we had that really trippy, as the recap, we had that really trippy sequence with Dottore. And then we swapped over POV to... Well, we swapped over POV to Flynn's, I think, right? I believe. Is where we left off.
Huh?
Last time on a Whale Milk. Last time on Genshin Impact. Let's go. it's like fucking like Dragon Ball style recap. Yeah. So yeah, we are with Pretty Boy Flynn's. We were... Ether was like... Got yoinked into like alternate timeline bullshit. Oh yeah, we're talking about Aluha. Yeah. Okay. Let us go.
Sir Flint. Perfect timing. I just arrived myself.
His eyes are actually kind of pretty. I'm not gonna lie.
You are most considerate, Master Eloa. But in fact, I know you have been sitting here for quite some time.
If you saw me, why didn't you say something?
My man's got earrings that matches his... Okay. I'm not gonna lie. So I saw like a post somewhere that was like it was, I think it was a tweet that said like, the moment I saw Aluha, my first reaction was get him some estrogen. And like, look at his drip art. I'm like, I guess, no, look at him here. Yeah, okay, no.
I was curious to see how long you could sit still for. Also, shouldn't you have managed to sense me approaching?
That would be a first. You always seem to appear out of thin air without making a peep. Also, how many times do I have to tell you not to address me as master? I don't qualify.
I beg to differ. Why should a young man so well versed in social graces as yourself not be worthy of that title?
Does he have the Miliastra? Does he?
Please, Lord Flint's... Sir Flint's. I'm begging you, don't flatter me into complacency like you do with everyone else.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. It's not a fricative. The G just, I don't know why. I don't know where I got that from, but I feel like the G should be pronounced with a fricative instead of an approximate.
You understand me better than most. My newest acquaintances tell me I love complimenting others. What do you think?
I think they don't understand why you do it. You just love puffing people up till they're a big, happy ball of hot air that floats away into the sky.
It's Icelandic. Okay, sure. You love puffing people up to their big, happy ball of hot air. That's why we love him. That's why we love Flynn's.
In all sincerity, I can only hope that they bring good tidings when they come back down to Earth.
He is very socially awkward, but he also really likes just complimenting people and making them feel good, and that's just really funny.
Is the situation that bad?
We just held a strategy meeting. Let me fill you in.
There's the rundown.
In short, we need everyone gone from Pyramida. We also need a team of Lightkeepers to scour the more remote regions of Nodcry for civilians to evacuate.
I only hope we have enough personnel.
Silly little Fae boy. I do like enjoy. I know he's not like traditionally Fae. He's a very like specific sub like. He's an interpretation of Fae from like a different culture, but traditional Fae, like I love the idea of them being like mischievous and like whatever, but also like well-meaning. I think that's really funny.
We do. Old Man Nikita will definitely help, and we can recall anyone out on patrol to focus on this instead.
Good. I'm sure you and the others will make short work of this. Now, don't forget, once you've completed this task, make sure you and the rest of the team evacuate to either Snezhnaya or Natlan as well.
Flint?
If you've got something to say, Master Ilua, why not guess what I'm thinking right now?
You mentioned that you have something else to deal with later. How difficult is it going to be?
I doubt it will be easy.
I know
That's
you're
an
like-
understatement, my dude.
It's your duty to protect others in times of crisis. But I have a feeling that you'll be walking into grave danger. However bad things have gotten in the past, Nodcry has never faced a mass evacuation before. But from the sounds of it, you don't intend to come with us. I don't mean to pry, and it's probably none of my business. But whatever it is you're intending, you don't have to go through with it, you know.
The scars and I touch on all. Yeah, it is kind of cool, especially on the
I've
neck.
been
It's like
afflicted with
barely.
some sort of curse, and I'm told it may well trigger
barely
if I
visible.
set foot outside of Nodcry. As such, I cannot leave. I have to act, if for no other reason than to fight this curse.
My man got like, my man got Natland, but in Nodcry.
What? No. Why? Why would anyone want to curse you?
There are plenty of people out there willing to trample over others in pursuit of their own goals.
Frankly, Sir Flint, I am furious. You're making light of what is an incredibly serious situation.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Indeed, I am.
And what? I told you, I'm furious about this.
What are these two give you? I've never actually seen Black Butler. I think that's a show, right? Or no, am I thinking of Black Clover? I think I'm thinking of Black Clover. No, it is it's a manga. Okay.
Nothing I can do about it, I'm afraid. Things happen.
It's also an anime. Okay.
And we just have to deal with them. If you find yourself feeling angry, perhaps start by drinking a big glass of water.
Hey, you mean you're completely unmoved by my anger? I'm devastated.
I also love the fact that Flynn's is just like the most just down to earth fucker. Like he is an immovable object. You cannot like he's the friend that you need. Just like when you're going through shit, you talk to him about stuff and he's just completely unfazed. Like I love that.
Then allow me to express my sincerest regret. Come by the lighthouse sometime. We'll catch ourselves a few fish, have a little barbecue, play some cards, and bask in the sun.
Maybe I need to spell this out. Lean in a little, Flint.
Oh, my.
Word is that you were caught up in a real horror show recently. People were amazed that you returned safe and sound. They've been debating whether you're even human.
I've returned safe and sound from plenty of crises. When you say people, do you mean other people? Or do you just mean you?
Fine. I'll be frank. You're not human, are you?
Heavens. Now that's a horrifying thought.
The tension in this scene is crazy.
You know what? Forget it. We'll revisit this once it's all over.
A sound plan. Albeit a little ominous sounding.
Just promise me you'll come back in one piece. All right?
For you, Master Ilua. How could I refuse? Also, please pass my regards on to our colleagues. Tell them, thank you all for your assistance. Please put safety first as you proceed with the operation.
Master of deflecting, good lord. "45 minutes overtime, it's fine.
I have to keep searching for a path
You can keep
toward
doing it.
reality.
You can do it, Hez." Okay. So we're back with Columbina trying to figure out how to... Okay, you know what she's doing? Okay, we're back in Life is Strange mode now, right? We're currently Chloe, or not Chloe. Why do I keep saying Chloe? We're back in like Max's weird like transitional reality with like the floating trains and shit. Trying to find the timeline where everything is correct.
This should do it. The last 2 times I tried to influence reality in this space, it consumed a lot of Kuvaki. I'll try and be more careful this time. I need to leave key clues behind using less power. I hope everyone still remembers what I said on Moon Prayer Night.
The flower transit. It's really cool. The dynamic is cool. I expected Leah. I did too. I feel like he was presented as a little bit more naive, but also he was marketed as a very capable person because he's in a very capable role. So it's kind of weird. Like there was a lot of dissonance in how he was like marketed, but I'm glad he turned out like actually kind of cool. Kind of finished, but I just have to wait for the manager to clear me. That to claim my. Aw, that's annoying. That's really annoying. Well, have fun waiting, I guess. Okay. What scene is this?
Nothing here either. Flint's?
Ah, Miss Nefer.
What are you doing here? Unless...
I just spoke with Itlua about arrangements for the search and came for a walk nearby.
I feel like you can tell this line was recorded later because that is way different from how he was pronouncing it in the previous scene. Also, this music's so Romeo and Juliet vibes. Because, like, here it's Itlua. Instead of... He was kind of pronouncing these as L's in the previous one.
As for you, why would... It appears we think along similar lines. And neither of us likes to accept things at face value.
Nefer and Flynn's walk into a bar.
As well as figuring out how to gather intel on the Traveler, I wanted to confirm some of my own suspicions.
Bruh. She's digging into it.
Also, we'll need to bring a lot of force to bear against Ettore, even if we're only looking to rescue the Traveler. We can't leave anything to chance.
Do you get paid like time and a half or something for overtime, Hez? Because if so, hell yeah, just stall as much as you fucking can. That's what I used to do at in my old job, was because we got paid hourly and because the timing system rounded up, we got paid time and a half for overtime. We we would do that. If for some reason one of the bosses kept us around for like kept us on a job that would take like a really long time or like most of the day, we would stall and try and like make it into extra time.
You don't think Columbina perished either, do you?
I'm merely considering the possibility that she survived, just as you are. How
That's,
much can we really
yeah,
know
that's
about a
unfortunate.
deity
You don't
like
get
her anyway?
paid time and a half. It's great. A funny thing though about getting paid time and a half is it's great for the employee if they get it, but then the employers are like, fuck no, I'm not letting you work overtime, which is also nice for the employee. So it's a win-win for you, because either you get like kept over, you're working more than 8 hours a day and you're getting paid extra for it, or the employers will do everything in their power to make sure you don't work overtime so they don't have to pay you extra.
Do you remember what she said on Moon Prayer Night? About using moonlight to send messages to us?
Of course. I think that's why we're
I'm
both
curious
here.
when this is taking place. Is this like in the current time, or is this like before the doctor bullshit happened?
Where have you checked so far?
I've been focusing on the outdoors. Anywhere the moonlight shines. I checked most of Nasha Town, but didn't find anything.
I checked the Curatorium of Secrets and a few rooms where I thought I might find some leads, but no luck here either. The only places I haven't looked yet are the rooms in the flagship. But process of elimination isn't the only thing that brought me here.
Oh, really? What's your other reason?
After all that build-up, our mystery ally never showed up even once.
Okay, so it is after this sequence.
Am I imagining things? Come on, let's see what's going on.
Oh no. I knocked over a vase as soon as I came in. It must have been caused by a Kuvaki fluctuation when I entered the space. Although, it seems like I'm not about to be pulled away this time. It looks like as long as I'm careful with my actions, it doesn't count as influencing reality. Anyway, is this the flagship? The Traveler mentioned that's where he was staying. I only went into the lobby last time, so I've never actually been here before. How does this space work? If nothing else, I can now be sure that it is not simply memory. He mentioned where his room was. I think it's this one. The door is closed. But if this is anything like when I disappeared, then maybe...
You can walk through walls. You can? No way. Yeah, that is a little bit of an invasion of privacy.
He and Paimon aren't here at the moment. I hope he's okay. I wonder what happened to him after that battle with Dottore. Best not to dwell on that for now. I need to try and leave them some clues.
We have been yoinked into like a pocket dimension.
Please, Traveler. I really hope you find this.
Hi, cat. What are you
Huh.
doing?
Just a cat.
Oh, they're gonna think the cat. Okay.
Nothing else here strikes me as noteworthy.
Didn't you stay here for a couple of nights once?
Before Rerir showed himself, yes. It's also where the Traveler and I first met.
Did you notice anything unusual during your stay?
I remember thinking how much noisier the flagship is at night compared to the graveyard. Other than that, no. The Traveler and Paimon were most congenial neighbors.
This is where they've been staying, yes? Over here?
That's right.
I wouldn't usually condone breaking and entering, but we can make it up to them later.
Focus now. I have to write a message on the wall using Kuvaki, just like I said on Moon Prayer Night. Simply open your windows on nights when the moon shines bright, and the moonlight will naturally flow towards the words I have written. Here goes. I'll need to carefully control my strength.
What am I doing? Actually, I have to press the button is whack. Oh. It drops quicker than you expected to. Okay. This is actually a really cool looking script. I like this. You guys have a Dodoka, you can ask for... No, Ether's like in a pocket dimension. They ain't gonna be able to say shit.
There's a noise outside the door. Is he back?
Nope, it is these two.
You have to...
Well, do you sense anything?
Unfortunately, no.
Wash your hands.
And this place was our last chance.
Not necessarily. We've only looked in Nasha Town, so Miss Columbina said she would leave messages at her friends' dwellings. It's still worth checking.
Let's try and make
Open
some time
the
to
window.
look into those then. Wait.
What are you waiting for?
Paimon might have overeaten slightly. What's that look for? This is a victory feast. It's normal to eat a little more than usual.
The Traveler and Paimon.
Oh,
It's really
okay.
you.
I know what the timeline
But
is now.
Why
Okay.
are they talking about a victory feast?
Wait, no.
You worried Paimon sick while you were out there fighting Rerir. So this is your chance to make it up to her, alright?
Wait. So this is the night after the battle against Rerir. How did I end up here? That's quite a long time ago now. Wait. Time. That's it. Every time I've entered reality within this space, it's been at an earlier point in time. Every one of those points has been before I fell into the moon's reflection.
Yeah, no, okay. It took me a minute. It took me a minute to actually clock the fact that that was what was happening, because I thought Columbina for some reason was now like jumped forward in time, like to the present. And so I thought she like got sent to the present, but no, it was just how the scene was composed. I think it could have been a little bit clearer that the Flynn's and Nefer stuff is happening completely separate from this, but that is cool. It took me a minute to clock, actually. But the one thing that is weird about it is the vase. I think the vase makes that a little bit more unclear than it needs to be. Because the vase communicates, oh, she is still here, but the cat there was like, oh, was it really the cat, or was it actually Columbina? That makes it a little bit wiggity, but I do like get.
And everything I've done to affect reality really did happen in the past.
Okay.
Does this mean that within the moon's reflection, time flows backwards? Starting from the moment I fell in?
The lighting's different. Yeah, looking back on it, the lighting is the main, like, the different time of day is the main difference there. It's like the biggest communication that there are different scenes. Okay. Okay. So, high finality. Within the, okay. That makes sense. I guess. God, we're in like Ubik territory now. Okay. They're finally explaining how Terminus works. I swear to God, if we get our Terminus explanation from fucking Genshin, I would be so pissed.
Not long till Moon Prayer Night now. It's gonna be even livelier than
Yep,
tonight.
exactly.
Although, it's gonna be sad saying goodbye to the damselette. She seems like a really nice person.
Paimon. No, I can't. Even if I make contact, they probably won't understand what's going on.
It would be a Hoyo move? Yeah. No, but like, okay. Whether or not this is actually intentionally trying to explain how Terminus and Finality works, it's a very useful resource. Because what this does, in effect, is... Because one of the trickiest parts about Finality with HSR, the trickiest parts about Terminus, and, like, I struggled with this during the last HSR streams, is wrapping your head around the concept of Terminus going backwards in time. Like, how does that work? It's very classic Hoyo. They present you with this super, like, metaphysical concept, and you just kind of have to wrap your head around it. You kind of have to piece it together, like, scientifically more than them just expositing the information to you. Which is cool, and which is why I kind of love these games. But one of the trickiest parts has been understanding how Terminus works. And I think what this will do, intentional or not, is give us a new frame of reference, because we are seeing what Terminus might see from, like, Columbina's whole story right now, if this is actually what's happening, is giving us, in practice, what Terminus experiences going back in time. Which is to say, it's almost like Terminus is always around. God, putting this in work, putting the time shit is so hard. Because something that I'm also, like, wondering, like, Okay, so for example, in Doctor Who, one of the bigger plot points during Stephen Moffat's run as showrunner was River Song and the Doctor. Their timelines are reversed, right? Very like River's death is the first time you meet her, and and so their whole thing is backwards, and so the entire storyline is every time they meet each other, they meet up and record or like compare what things they've done together, and so, but like when they meet each other, time flows the same way for them. So like it's like momentarily time kind of goes the same way, but like over the entire like timeline it's backwards, which is still very hard to wrap your head around, but it's a little bit easier when you actually like watch the show. But like I'm wondering if like Columbina and Terminus are kind of the same way, where it's like in individual moments you experience these individual moments by like time flows the same way, but it's the order in which you experience them that's backwards for Columbina. Is it like maybe Terminus is the same way? Because if it's like purely going backwards in time, like there's no point where like time flow syncs up, then one of the trickiest parts about like Terminus for me was, wouldn't that mean that when you like meet up with Terminus in the timeline, wouldn't you just be there for like the smallest time interval, like physically possible, as you pass by each other in time? Like there wouldn't be a longer period of time where you could like interact with them. You would just like pass by them in time, because only for like the smallest moment of time would you guys be in the same point. And then right after that time, Terminus would be in the past, so it doesn't exist for you. And then they don't exist in the future either. So like, how does that work? This kind of gives a bit of that, like, yeah, just like how we met. Exactly. Like, we met Columbina because that moment of time in like say, like here or in the festival, she experienced that the same, with like time flowing the same way as it did for us. It was just she has been experiencing them out of order.
And in any case, I'll likely get pulled away again if I do. Instead, I have to find
So
a
it's
way to
very
get them
River
to
Song-esque.
notice what I've written using the moonlight. Wait, even I hadn't thought of doing that before Moon Prayer Night. They'd never conceive of that possibility. Is there truly no other way?
Don't lose heart. We'll find a way somehow.
Huh?
Oh, you say that, but the Frost Moon is beyond the fall sky. If we wanted to go visit her, how would we make it through to the other side?
We might not have all the answers now, but I'm sure we'll find a way one day.
Huh. Guess someone's gotta be the optimist.
The present. The future. That's right. There are still things I can do.
What's your plan?
Flint's, when you were staying next door, did you ever open the window?
No. The rooms here are dark and damp, and there's such a buildup of dust on the windows that the moonlight can't even get in. I didn't think it was worth the trouble.
The moonlight.
The moon.
Ah, I think I see where you're going. One moment. I'll see if the owner is available.
Don't bother. Time is of the essence.
All right, see you, Hez. Thank you for popping in.
Time.
Time is a tool that you put on the wall or wear it on your wrist. The past is far behind us. The future doesn't exist. Okay. Here's a fun little story. I forget what I was quoting, or what my discussion was, but I was in the kitchen with my family. We were like getting ready to eat dinner or whatever, and I start quoting that to my father, and he is so confused, and I'm like, he's like, what the fuck are you saying? And I'm like, okay, this is you are too old for this, but I'm going to show you it anyways. And so I pulled up Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared Too, and I show it to him. And he watches the like half of it with just the most confused fucking expression on his face. I'm like, yeah, this is what my generation enjoys, I guess.
Even if no one sees what I've written at this moment, maybe someone will remember what I said after Moon Prayer Night.
Because to my father, he sees puppets and this like super cute set and thinks, oh, kids show. And then it's the clock from DHMIS 2. And he's like, what the fuck? Why is this so unsettling?
I need to write down as much information as I can. And maybe one day...
Huh? What's up with you? You can't even hold your cup steady. Are you getting tired?
A little.
Well, you should probably hit the hay then. You've had a really tough couple of days for you.
You truly have. You helped defeat Rerir, helped me reclaim my name, and you helped the others organize Moon Prayer Night. Wherever you are right now, I'm sure you're still fighting against the injustices of fate. This is all I can leave for them. How I wish I could stay here, but it's time for me to go. I hope to see you again in the next time, and if the opportunity presents itself.
I will surely return to your side.
Aww. That's so cool. Okay. I love it when they do this fun stuff with scene composition. Instead of it just being a bunch of talking heads in a room, like I love it when they do make it a little bit more cinematic, right? Like once again, the scene where like in Lantern Rite last year, 2025 Lantern Rite, where Hu Tao is talking to Zhongli about him becoming the next director, and she's cast in shadow on the bridge and Zhongli is in the light, and like it's like representative of like the fact that Hu Tao is being very pessimistic and like thinking about death and thinking she's not gonna be out of it, and then Zhongli's like, no, fuck you, you're gonna be fine. Like I love it when they do cool stuff like this.
Huh.
Columbina. She's alive.
Not only that, but she's left us an entire wall's worth of clues. She even wrote down what would happen on Moon Prayer Night. It's just a shame we found it too late.
I am here. Time in this place flows backwards. I am constantly moving forward.
It sounds like she's found a way to influence the past using Kuvaki, but her future is our past.
Flynn's is like experiencing the same mind fuck that every HSR player experiences when they learn that what the fuck Terminus is.
So, these words have been here ever since we defeated the Ray Hero Solnari. We just never discovered them. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Do you ever mull over questions like that?
Scientifically, the egg.
Only when I'm in a good mood and at leisure.
Yeah, no, that's the most Nefer thing to do is like, fuck it. I'm gonna, instead of politely asking if I could open a window, I'm going to commit property damage.
Well, I never did. Everything that has happened already belongs to the realm of fact.
But she's changing their, like...
As a business person, and especially an intel broker, what I do is extrapolate from those facts to try and read the future.
An admirable philosophy.
It's a means of survival. Let's go. We have a wall's worth of clues to share with the others.
Are you gonna, like, write it down or something? I was gonna just leave it there for people to just find. Oh, yes, we get... Okay, we get these two. I'm just so excited for these two. Besties. Da, 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 da.
It appears that the doctor's energy signature has changed to something similar to Kuvaki, but not like the Kuvaki we're used to. Nodcry's Kuvaki devices will only have a limited effect on it. I can see why you've chosen to place your hopes in alchemy instead. Also, I must say these books are rather profound.
My subordinates just shipped them in from Fontaine. Some of them are from the Narcissenkreuz Ordo. Some are incident reports from Petrichor, and then there's a few test reports for these junk machines.
Ah, yes. You know, just from the Narcissenkreuz Ordo. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
Additionally,
yes.
after some further scanning, I've discovered something extremely annoying.
What's that?
Tevat's skies contain multiple moons. A long time ago, when I did my first scan, I detected 3, just as the legends say. But when I checked again just now, I detected 4 moons.
Yep. One of them is Dottores. Narcissenkreuz Ordo and Albedo crossovers like crack cocaine for me. This is great.
So there's one extra?
Dude, I would love an entire quest filled with these two just yapping at each other. Cause like imagine the shit these two brains would come up with. Like
Yeah. Originally, I thought that if I could still find 3 moons, that would at least mean Columbina's still alive. But then it occurred to me that
Add
apart
Nicole,
from the
oh my
Frost
God.
Moon, Tevat's moons are just husks. And husks surely
Yep.
shouldn't show up in the scan, since they're not alive.
stay alive.
It's weird, isn't it? If we can't even distinguish between a dead and a living moon, how are we supposed to know whether a moon goddess is still alive? Or does this mean that the moon marrows are equivalent to the moons themselves?
It's certainly possible. In which case, the 4th moon you detected may be Dottore's artificial creation.
Yeah.
So he wasn't bluffing. He really built his own moon marrow. Ugh, I'm so mad right now.
Okay, so a moon marrow is like the same as, oh, that's weird. Okay. So, from what I'm gathering from that, it's like in Teyvat, there is the physical manifestation, the thing you see in the sky, a moon, and then there is like the concept of a lunar entity of a moon, and one of them is just purely aesthetic. The other one, the actual marrow, is the functional thing. So does that mean that Teyvat can have like a 4th moon without there actually being a moon in the sky? Is like, that's kind of what, like, just because Dottore made a 4th moon marrow, that means he functionally created a 4th lunar object, a moon, that is like the magical properties, the divine magical properties of a mooner, of a mooner, of a lunar like thing is completely separate from the actual physical moon object concept. Exactly. Yeah. So like Teyvat has the concept of 4 moons right now, but in reality, there's only like one in the sky that still exists. But because there are 4 moon marrows, there are 4 concepts of moons right now. So therefore, Sandrone is getting 4 moons when she scans. I'm out of breath, but back. Welcome back, Hez. This has the concept of a hat. Alice has the concept of a hat, but she does not actually have a hat. It's really funny. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm getting is like is yeah, that's what I'm interpreting here is moons physically are different from you don't have to have a physical moon in the sky in order for Teyvat to have a moon, which is really weird. Like that's really, really strange. Would it actually be 5? That's actually okay. That's actually a really good point, Nick, because I think this also kind of goes back to like, I think you can explain this with what we're just talking about, with the idea of if you, for example, put a big rock in the sky, according to Teyvat's laws, that's not a moon, that's just a thing in the sky. A moon is a very specific set of things. Like in the traditional definition of what a moon is, in like our universe, like a smaller object that orbits a larger celestial body, does not apply here, or that's not the only thing that a moon can be. It almost feels like the smaller celestial object that like orbits a larger object is like optional for what a moon is on Teyvat. Yeah, exactly. We're no ideals. No. If it's the moon marrows, they're objects and they're the source of the power, so the scan targets the source of the power, which makes sense since the moons were... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. But if, say, Heavenly Principles puts up a false sky, puts up a projection of a moon on that false sky, that isn't a moon. That is something else that doesn't fit the definition of what a moon is on Teyvat, right? Which is whack as shit, but it's kind of cool. I like it when fantasy worlds do kind of bend the rules of like stuff that we understand so implicitly like that. That's really cool. I like that.
It's easy to get overwhelmed when you have too much on your plate. Maybe you need to relax.
Telling
Perhaps
fucking
try
Sandrone
going
to
for a walk,
relax is crazy.
Or simply take a few deep breaths.
Telling Sandrone to, you are about to get stabbed, my dude. You have no idea what you are dealing with.
Nothing can calm me down at a time like this. I need more time, and I need progress.
Da-da. Da-da. Da-da go.
It's Mr. Flynn's.
I really hate that ringing tone. Ugh. First the 4 orthants of the Narcissenkreuz, then moon marrows. Now what?
Okay. Time to bring up the Wikipedia, like the wiki page for the Narcissenkreuz. Because I still have not done that quest, so I need refreshers on this. For orphans. There are 4 orphans quadrants. Okay. Oh, that's cool. 4 orphans of the Narcissus. 4 orphans of the Narcissus and Genshin represent concepts related to the soul, memory, persona, and wishes. Okay. Orphan of soul, orphan of memory, orphan of persona, orphan of wishes. Holy shit. This is stuff I completely missed. Oh my god. Okay. If I could get a verification from the real people that actually know what they're talking about regarding this stuff, that would be great. Yeah, okay. So, admittedly, I am getting this from the AI overview, which I hate. However, one of the things the AI is citing is fucking Ashikai's video, so it's pulling from good sources, I guess. So, what it is saying, and there's no single page for it. I have the Narcissus and Croats Ordo page pulled up here, but yeah. Good luck studying, Phantom. Best of luck there. Okay, but so an orthant is in 2-dimensional space. Each of these is an orthant, or a quadrant is what you would call it. Specifically in 2-dimensional space, it's called a quadrant. But in any higher dimensions, the major axes, the major sections that you can define, split up by the axes of that dimensional space, is called an orthant. So in 2-dimensional space, there are 4 orthants because there are 2 axes, right? So with that logic, in the Narcissus and Christ, there are 4 orthants of the Ordo, 4 ways that the Ordo, I guess, can be split up, right? You've got soul, memory, persona, and wishes. So the orthants of soul, where does this link lead to? I don't know. Orphan of memory, orphan of persona, and orphan of wishes. Meteoric lance, Mnemosyne. What are you? Oh, one of the Titans of the children of Uranus. Okay. Mnemosyne was one of the Titans of the children of Uranus and Gaia. Goddess of memory and the mother of the 9 muses by Zeus. Who is the orphan then here? Okay. Orphan of souls. Okay, so yeah, Psyche. Persona is Thalia and Melpomene. Thalia and Melpomene. Okay, orphan puzzles. Thalia and Melpomene. Yeah, you have a whole bunch of shit with Caterpillar and Seymour. And popular, okay, yeah. So in Greek mythology, the muse of tragedy, often depicted with tragic masks. Oh, they're okay. So in the orphant's persona, it's tragedy and comedy masks. Orphan of wishes meteoric lance, which is this thing. I've heard this term before. I don't know what it is though. Shooting stars, meteors, since people have long. Okay. Oh, literally. Okay, that's literally like the fucking summoning thing. But then this also says forming seals in the Tower of Gestalt, solving their puzzles unlocks deeper world quest. Okay, so represents soul into the story of Cupid and Psyche, where you find Jacob's pocket watch. represents memory found near the bonfire, referencing the muse of memory, representing identity connected to the muse of tragedy and comedy, found before meeting Jacob, I don't know. Represents aspirations involved carrying a dying man to the harbor tied to prophecies. So then do you think we're talking about first the 4 orphans of the Knights and the Cries, and then oh, it's all of them. Okay. So then huh? How does this tie into this? This seems like a non sequitur to me. I don't know how that connects.
Oh, sorry if we're disturbing you. Might I ask what's troubling you?
What do you want? We're busy.
Are you still at the Curatorium of Secrets?
Yeah. Look, everyone else is still out, so there's no hurry. Plus, I'm busy, so I would appreciate if you gave me some space.
Was it just like an involvement that is this like implying something else that like Sandrone has going on off screen or something? It's like that's the only other way I can think this connects is she's getting involved with her past because there is no other explanation for Sandrone other than she was in the Knights and Knights, but or she was Marianne. Yeah, like is it just her or something about them came up? Because she was saying I think she brought them up because she has been thinking about them for some reason, and that has gotta be like a recent research topic for her or something. But then that also begs the question is why is she thinking about them again? I mean, like, I get it, she's traumatized, but like, come on.
Even though we have crucial intel to share.
Fine, I'm listening.
Do you intend to share it via the Dodo communication device?
What, are you afraid that it's like tapped or something? Dude, no one knows that this technology exists.
Ordinarily, I would, but this is a unique situation. I think it's best that we discuss it in person. See you at the Curatorium.
But she's complaining about a noise. Like, exactly. Like, it feels like a non sequitur. But knowing Sandrone, her mind works in very mechanical ways.
So, what's the situation?
Right? Like, she works in very logical, mechanical ways in her mind. So there's got to be a connection there, or at least some, yeah, right. She's not going to be just thinking about the Knights and Knights just because she can. She's thinking about them for a reason. She's been dealing with them for a reason. Like, yeah, right.
The rest of the team is still out working on their missions and evacuations, but we've decided to fill you in on the most crucial information first.
We've got finality on our hands, fuckers.
Sandrone, you were right. Columbina is most likely still alive.
That's the best news we've received in a while, by a long way.
The fact that her heart fucking skips a beat. She's like, Columbina's still alive? Oh, no way. We have a chance to save her. And my girlfriend lives. Tell me everything.
Random locations. Appearing in reverse order? Are you serious? So not dying isn't enough for the moon goddess, huh? She has to show off too.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like she wants to. She's kind of just dealing with it. It's not like she wanted to be sucked into the plot of Ubik. Like, dude.
Anyway, does this mean we can deduce her condition from the moon marrows?
Miss Sandrone, There's nothing wrong with simply admitting that you're happy to hear the good news.
This is literally what Phantom was talking about last stream, about like them talking to each other. It's just Albedo like slowly deconstructing Sandrona's denial. He's like, yeah, she has feelings for her, whatever.
I'm not. And she's the least of our problems. We're facing a huge crisis. If she can't control the flow of time in there, she's just gonna keep moving backwards. Different points in time won't intersect, and she'll never find a way out.
Let's say life begins with a drop of water. When did time begin? The moment this planet came into being?
This is okay. I love the intellectual, the fact that they respect each other's intellectual, abilities, to where Albedo can make this very large philosophical jump that, I'm having a hard time following, but he respects that Sandrone is going to be able to follow his line of thinking here. But say life begins with a drop of water. When did time begin? The first half of that sentence just is completely unrelated. Okay, so he's saying... Okay,
No, that's not right. Her final destination would be the moment at which the space she is in was created.
Her birth.
But it doesn't seem like we can influence that space from the outside world. So how can we help her? Also, if she's alive, Rerir and Thalindus might be too. But as far as we know, neither of them have come back out. That space may not have an exit at all.
I'm afraid I must concur with Miss Nefer in this.
Can't exactly argue with that. Let's leave it there for now. I've taken notes on everything you said.
Will it help with your research?
I doubt it's gonna help with breaking Dotori's energy fields. But who knows when it might come in handy. Better to have it all written down than try to remember everything when I need it. All right, I need to get back to my research. Mr. Albedo has made a lot of suggestions that will require my undivided
I need to take a
attention.
clue from that. When I'm working on software, I don't write shit down. I don't document my code in any way, which works for smaller projects. But when we're talking about larger stuff, I don't. I just need to document more, because where is? I just show you the shit that I do for no fucking reason. Whoa. Because when I hold on. Because my current large project is here. If we go to, let's go UI, right? And I'm just so slow in Windows, good lord. Right, I've got a bunch of these enumerations up here that do different things, and then you go down here. Rust is doing Rust things, don't worry about it. Good lord, this is slow. I just have a bunch of different random ass functions, and then if we go to red again, and then I go into player interface. This is what I wrapped up last night. This function of so much shit. I need to document these, but I just don't. I just expect myself to keep everything in my head, but I just can't fucking do that.
Sure, I'll stay here. I have things to work on.
Shit just starts ballooning in size.
Paimon, are you there?
No.
Oh, right. She went with Varka to Natlan, didn't she? Good thing we've moved her and the Traveler's luggage in here. Speaking of the Traveler, where could they be?
Great
There's a note.
question.
From Paimon.
Paimon here. Not in at the moment, but if anyone needs to borrow her stuff or the Travelers, go ahead and help yourself. Paimon won't be mad. Also, Traveler, if you get back before Paimon, make sure to get some rest. Paimon misses you a lot, but put your health first, alright?
How sweet.
Aww.
Well, since you offered, Paimon, don't mind if I do. This is the Traveler and Paimon's luggage. All the items they use day to day are here.
Don't fucking touch my Mora.
It's well organized. I wonder which of them is responsible for that. What do we have here?
Among the necessities, there's a photo. I hear the ship of Albedo and Sandrone rolling into port. So I like the mutual smart minds. I maybe I am too Sanbina like pilled, but I do enjoy them as like just intellectual, not rivals, but like, you know, they are smart enough to be able to bounce stuff between each other, and like Sandrone just doesn't get to do that very often because the only other person that like can really match her intelligence is Dottore, and he's a jackass. So like,
the camera captured a special moment that can only occur between people who are close to one another.
I like how she pulls out the most like innocuous picture when we have a picture of our sister in our belongings, dude. Like,
you can really sense how the photographer feels about their subject.
We have a picture of a thing that didn't happen.
Outside. Is it because Paimon
like,
recently
come on.
looked at it?
Think about your handbook in here.
This must belong to the Traveler. Hang in there. We'll find you.
Because Sandra. I get it. Huh? Oh my
Colonia.
god, we're...
Search keyword world formula and bring me all relevant books.
Oh, this is so cool. I love this. This reminds me of the beginning of the Old War quest from Warframe, where you just randomly start playing as like a Grineer guy. I love it. Okay, world formula definitely is a term. Oh my god. Okay. Before we read all of the, I'm going to read this shit. We're taking a detour, fuckers. Before we do that, though, we'll go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Prep for audiobook mode. Okay, we're back. Let us go full audiobooketh mode. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so ancient log. Carter Sherburus, Scarbius, something like that. Carter. Reading time. Let's go. ... We were assigned to the same lab. I was nervous at first since everyone said that he was a child prodigy. Since the disaster, such people are more precious than ever. I had thought that an institute star recommended by higher ups might be more full of himself, but he's much better than I expected. He's just not the most sociable sort. No obvious symptoms. I made a huge mistake and knocked over an ancient geometry machine that took a lot of effort to bring back from the desert ruins. The machine came to life and made a huge mess of things. Though he's a lot younger than me, he's really smart. I can't believe that's how he managed to tame the machine. Maybe taming isn't the right word. Maybe the other engineers will look down on me for using it, but it really did feel like taming. I know modern clockwork machines well enough so I can see the huge technological gulf between the two. Even disregarding construction, we will make little meaning of progress if we do not resolve the power issue. But I still have to be careful. I've never seen Elaine angry, and I don't want to find out what he looks like when he gets angry. A few minor symptoms. Took the day off. I can hardly believe it. Elaine came to visit me and even brought his sister. She's a lovely little lady and unafraid of strangers. Fine day indeed. Okay. We discussed the idea of thinking machine based on gems and tape circuits. That's literally a computer. Audiobook time. This will be the rest of the stream. Yeah, I could fucking. Okay, Jakob, Elena, Renee. Okay. I use the word disgust, but actually I just said things like, oh, that's really amazing, or how will you do that? Whenever he paused, he didn't make any real contributions. He was really into it. It seems there are interesting upsides to having my disease flare up, but I'd prefer to return to the Institute and help as soon as I can. Okay. I'm really interested in the perspective of someone who's reading this without doing the quest. Yeah, that is true. This is all Narcissus and Croy shit. I have not actually done the quest, so I have no idea. We'll see. Okay. The additional machines got here. The previous ones are no longer usable since they were completely dismantled, but it did clear up a lot of things. Something a bit. Join the lab as new partners. Okay. The lore tube. Hey, ex-lore tuber. Just gotta get it right. I don't do the lore shit anymore. It's like, I'll be straight up. Narcissus and Croy is kind of where I realized that, like, I don't have the mental energy to keep up with, like, beat for beat the story anymore. And it's that name of set. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Polonia is a name from the Commedia dell'arte. Join the lab as new partners. Okay, Jakob is really the only one even close to being on the same level as me. I feel ashamed just writing that in an adult looking for reassurance for the chat. Okay, I do know that this is a like Usia and Numa were big things with the Narcissus and Croy. That's why it's a major mechanic in Fontaine specifically. I may have contributed. Okay. I'm sorry that I kind of turned this into from to audiobook to just me reading, but I'm trying to. I kind of want to make this at least somewhat faster. Okay, took the day off. Alana says you can see me. Okay, so Carter's illness is starting to flare up. Graduates from the Narcissus Art Institute. It made me really happy. They talked about the director and the vice director as well as their adventures, and it made me feel like a kid again. The only detail they didn't make sense was the cake the vice director made because it felt like a punishment when he had it. After the disaster, I lost contact with pretty much all of my friends. I'm so happy that they were able to find each other again. I wonder how my friends are doing. Okay, so Carter ended up doing like this. Yeah, the Narcissus Croix disaster thing happens. They all split up. Carter goes off to fucking Sumeru, I'm assuming, doing clockwork and computational stuff. Yeah. Lord Saber just honestly just not public on it. I guess like I just do streams now. I don't make videos on it really anymore. But I do like have an interest in lore. I do like pay attention to it. I just don't make videos on it anymore. Talk about the thinking machine again. Had an idea about making a thinking camera so that I'd be able to take photos of this precious to him while he's busy. Interesting. Yeah, Carter's just inventing a fucking computer. Like, that's what he's doing. No. Controlled annihilation reaction. Rip. Okay. Interesting. So it's everybody kind of meeting back up after the destruction of or it's Carter's recounting of some of the younger Narcissus Kreutz graduates meeting back up, I think, is what I'm getting from that. Here we're not located. Let's see. Autonomniquai Cereman dictation concerning the apocalypse. Howdy, Hila, welcome in. Found it second try. Let's go. Okay, we are reading this entire thing verbally. Okay. In light of the formal and rigorous proof outlined above, I believe that the correct term for this situation is Fortuna. Okay. It is an ancient Remirian technology, a wisdom unparalleled. Okay. Stella Fortuna, as in constellations. We're getting lore explanations for mechanics in the game again. Yeah, I never imagined that Remirian ideas would be so familiar to this computation graph that I have named the world formula. This is strong evidence. Human civilization is bound to lose its potential amid ongoing exploration and evolution. Humanity's decline is, in truth, unfolding at this very moment. To put it bluntly, ladies and gentlemen, the apocalypse draws near. Hi, hopefully I didn't miss much. I mean, you missed me scanning through the whole Carter book, like me like reading the entire Carter book and not understanding a bit of it because I haven't done the Narcissus Kreutz quest. This is not the hallucinatory babbling of some wandering monk from Sumeru. Rather, it is a logical deduction grounded in reason and natural philosophy. Please, take a look at this diagram. Beneath the most hidden of all hidden, the number of cycles, that is, the number of higher particles, can now only be 4. No new world cycles can be generated through reconciliation. In other words, the end of this current samsara is the end of infinite light. The spark of civilization are all but extinguished. unless we begin to consider introducing variables beyond the existing system. After all, the world is itself the external manifestation of a dream. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Okay. Hello, sheep. Welcome. Woo. What's the therefore mean there, dude? What's the therefore? What is the conclusion that you draw from this? I need to know. You can't just cut it off there. Okay. So, let's break this down. It's Ina's dream. Okay. Let's break it down. So, before this passage, we get a formal and rigorous proof. We get a formal and rigorous proof for the existence of Fortuna, an ancient Remirian technology which seems to... Maybe it's just fortune? Maybe it's... That's weird. I never imagined that Remirian ideals would be so similar to the computational graph I have named the world formula. This is strong evidence. So it seems that whoever wrote this stumbled upon something that the Remirians knew about. Like they recalculated something the Remirians knew about. So then they go on to strongly state samsara, which is interesting. Let me break it down for you. Breaks down exactly. I thought Carter was the one that was the mess. I mean, yeah. From what I read, yeah, no, he's a mess. Human civilization is bound to lose its potential amid ongoing exploration and evolution. So, pretty much saying that okay. Beneath is the most hidden of all hidden, the number of cycles, that is the number of higher particles. This is weird to me. Can now only be 4 higher particles. We're getting into, okay, the term particle to me signals quantum mechanics, which I don't like. I don't like that we're getting into quantum mechanics bullshit. Number of higher particles. No new world cycle can be. The connection here is weird. Because we are connecting the idea of the number of cycles that, the number of samsaras that Teyvat can experience with higher particles. There are 4 shades. That's a good, okay, point in the fact that there are 4 shades. Higher particles are shade? Because what? There's the either the shades or what we were talking about earlier, which was the orphans of. We were talking about the orphans previously, right? Soul, memory, persona, and wishes. So then, okay. So the 4 shades are time, space, life, and death, right? Life and death is weird. So, okay, that's right. So, my thought process here was in quantum mechanics, there's a lot of particles that, like, quantum mechanics argue that everything, all of these natural forces need to have a particle associated with them. And that argument, that major point to quantum mechanics is actually why quantum mechanics does not play nice with general relativity, because in order for those two to work together, we need to have a particle that is responsible for gravity, the gravitron. But we have not found a gravitron. There's no proof that a gravitron exists. But gravity still is a thing that we observe. So that's the main reason. That's like one of the biggest reasons why those two things don't play well. Is if we ever find a gravitron, then general relativity and quantum mechanics can actually work well together. But as it stands, they don't. Because the gravitron, we don't know how that exists. But the idea that I was going with was in quantum mechanics, because every major force has a particle associated with it, maybe that goes the same for Teyvat, right? Teyvat has 4 fundamental forces, say, life, death, time, and space. And each of those has an associated particle with it, right? Like a quantum particle, say. And shades, particles, whatever, same thing, same idea, is each of those fundamental forces has something associated with them. And for some reason, the number of particles also dictates the number of cycles that we can have, I guess. I don't know. That's weird. This is really, really weird. This is a really strange paragraph, but I think it's the most important out of this entire thing. In other words, the end of the current samsara is the end of infinite light, which is also strange because it wouldn't be infinite if there's an end to it. Poor choice of words there. The sparks of civilization are all but extinguished unless we begin to consider introducing variables beyond the existing system. So that is referring possibly to us, to Lumine, to other descenders, or other things that aren't tied to Irminsul. So, yeah, that makes sense. After all, the world is itself an external manifestation of a dream, and therefore, ... So, this means that somewhere, something is dreaming. You guys can't see me, but I am making very stupid gestures as I'm trying to explain this to myself. So somewhere, something is dreaming, and due to whatever it is, has got to be really powerful, because whatever is dreaming is causing an external fucking world to come into existence. Whether it be like, no matter how Teyvat works, right? Like completely setting aside what Teyvat actually is. Is it a bubble universe? Is it whatever? Whatever it is, it exists because something is dreaming it into existence. Is this Lovecraft? Yeah, fucking in his home in Relia, Cthulhu lies dreaming or whatever. I should know that off the top of my head. Hold on. What's the whole thing? In his home and... What is it? In his house at Relia, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. That's it. Okay. So. Yeah, no, but like that's the idea, is like in Lovecraftian lore, in Lovecraftian lore, the old ones can affect Earth through their dreams. They aren't awake, but they're so powerful that even in their dreams, they can affect the physical world. Like that's kind of a core basis of the Lovecraftian mythos. So by the same token, you could probably assume that somewhere there is an incredibly powerful being that is dreaming, that in their dreams are so energy intensive or create so much energy that a whole ass fucking planet comes into existence. Like a whole ass planet with its own people, its own stories, its own rules, its laws, all that jazz. Maybe no, because Teyvat existed before the Primordial one. So then, I was gone for a while. Don't worry, we've just been talking for like the past like 20 minutes about this shit. Oh, that's weird. Okay. That is wild. Oh, okay. I'm gonna keep reading before we move on. Okay, so this is a lane. It's shorter. Let me just read. So my Sentinel assistant doesn't seem very reliable. I'm like, and is very terse. Like, oh, good lord. Yeah, okay, so Elaine's assistant was... It was Carter. Yeah, I'm playing as Polonia. Because Sandrone said, hey, Polonia, look for a reference to world formula. And that's what I'm doing, but I'm also a lore nerd, so... Playable Skirlim and Gadget before? Yeah, hell yeah. Still isn't back. Yeah, he is so fucking so terse. Found Renee and Jake I want to say Jakob, because in my head I'm thinking Jakobsen from Dear Esther, and yeah, okay. Anyways, they own Adoptive Father's Help. Supplementary prime energy mechanic machines have arrived. Should be able to make progress now. Spirit Flash is a minor illness. Yeah, no, it ain't a minor illness. It's probably like fucking Elzar or some shit. Renee and Jakob joined the Institute. Food research today and choose a machine statue. Took the day off. Assistant. Took the day off. Assistant took the day off. Went to visit. An idea: a virtual neural network based on a vast quantity of thinking units instead of logic trees. Woo! Okay. Why does the assistant keep taking the day off? So we're reading this book, right? This book was Carter's diary. Carter is Elaine's assistant here. Carter is sick. Carter is very, very, very sick. We don't know with what. I'm assuming Elazar, but it wasn't confirmed. But that's why he keeps taking the day off, is because he is very sick. So, virtual neural network based on a vast quantity of thinking units instead of logical trees. So, I feel like this has basis in computer science, but I don't know enough about machine learning to actually say if this is a thing or not. Because I know that like genetic models will have multiple neural nets will have multiple neural networks that are trained, that like have to like do the same thing over and over and over again, and the best performing ones work. But from what this is saying, this is giving me multiple, this is like, I'm imagining instead of multiple individual neural networks and all competing for the best score, it's instead a bunch of neural networks connected in like a graph that all inform each other of stuff, which is not weird, which is weird. Yeah, because if you really break it down, all AI is just logic trees. They're just really, really, really big logic trees that we cannot comprehend, right? That's what they are. No matter how fancy ChatGPT is, it's just logic trees that are doing a fuck ton of linear algebra. But it's still logic trees. Breaks down again, yeah. We're getting real deep. What Elaine is pitching here isn't really it's not really a neural network, it's more the Matrix. If you really think about it. Wait, okay, to be fair, that's not actually a bad idea. So, because the entire point of the Matrix, right, is the universe they live in is a collective hallucination of a bunch of living things, of thinking units, as you could say. Elaine just invented the fucking Matrix. Okay. Research prime energy machines. This is to take the day off. Renee and Jacob went to begin construction and research today. Breakthrough. Patient application process is too annoying. Forget it. Assistant's condition seems all right. Still a little worried considering the gap in medical technology. Advise assistant go to Sumeru. Took the day off. Researching. Okay. Visit. They said bigger lab has been prepared for kinematics experience, but decided not to move on. Visit. Been urged to move the lab several times, but if the lab is moved, my assistant might not be able to find it. A pain. Visit. Move my lab. Okay. Last one. Ancient notes. This one is shorter. Okay. Though it's a shame, we'll have to miss it. I was looking forward to Coppelius' new work. Ever since he was a child, he's always been incredibly talented. It doesn't say who this is written by, so this is going to be interesting. Coppelius is... Oh, it's one of the bosses. Okay, yeah. The two versions of this challenge, Dirge of Coppelia and Nemesis Coppelia. Coppelia is the creator? Coppelia and Coppelius. Okay. Interesting. So Coppelius is the name of one of the bosses. So there's a boss in Fontaine. For Hila who doesn't play this game, the boss in Fontaine. It's like a robotic dancing couple. But like they're two robots that like dance with each other, and it's actually a really cool fight. I love it. They're named Coppelia and Coppelius. That's weird. Ever since he was a child, he's always been incredibly talented. Okay. Out of consideration for everyone's safety, it has been decided that the institute shall close. Yep. Okay. So this is Narcissistic Kreutz. This is before the Narcissistic Kreutz goes, because yeah, we have a mention of Basil and Emmanuel. So okay, this is prior to. Is this a Tetracore? Is this Renee? Okay, continue. Driven by the energy and vigor of the youth, the young ones are clamoring to go out and do battle. I hope someday they will underestimate the importance of prioritizing post-disaster reconstruction over marching off to die. I fear that it shan't be long before we must depart. We've chosen a good piece of land near Fontaine of the Fountain of Lucine as a post-relocation site. They even say they want to use the land to build an opera house. They'd sooner set faces aflame with shame and laughter to think that anyone could be so comical. We're going to pay our respect at Basil's grave. I hope it all turns out like Emmanuel said. However, it's the Institute's responsibility to support gifted and talented youths. Met with the newly appointed Eudex, Nouvelet. He has a peculiar temperament, seems much more reliable than Leon and those other clowns. If all goes well, it has potential to completely revolutionize our understanding of Clockwork Mecha. The proposed methodology and plan are reliable, worth paying more attention. The results of early phases have been satisfactory. We will increase our investment. Carter's leave requests have been increasing in frequency. Okay, so no, these are all happening at the same time. Better have someone keep an eye on him. May be having financial difficulties. Not like it's possible for it to be a family matter. Rip. After some consideration, I've decided to enroll them and temporarily assign them to the same lab. However, I'm concerned about the impact of their joining after a lane on the mental state of others. Must keep a careful watch. Still unconscious during the visit, so couldn't speak. Decided to take a blood sample to see if there's a cure or a way to mitigate it. What we're talking about. Yep. How come nobody thought to ask Nicoletta about the Ordo? That's a good question, actually. Although the proposed research plan is expected to face challenge in obtaining recognition, I believe it holds significant practical value, so it justifies approval. Toxins remain in the soil and water and have not yet been fully neutralized. The water is producing deformed oceanids. In a way, this could be a reflection of previous events. I only just learned that these are Carl's adopted children. It's a shame that the Narzissenkreuz or Institute no longer exists. This could be the biggest breakthrough of the century. It will change all of society. The report mentioned abnormal movements. I'll have to find a chance to talk to Emmanuel about it. Interesting. But that's the big one. Some more up here. Irrelevant engineering blueprints, keyword not. Okay. Nothing else? Nope. Okay. Sorry for derailing that for so long.
Let's see. This one is on Tonki's sermon dictation concerning the apocalypse. I believe that the correct term for this is Fortuna. This was an ancient Romorian technology, a wisdom unparalleled. I never imagined that Romorian ideas would be so similar to the diagram I have named, the World Formula. This is strong evidence that human civilization should gradually shed possibilities as it continues to explore and evolve. The end of humankind may well be upon us right now. The sparks of civilization shall run out.
Yeah, we literally just read this. Thank you for rereading it for us, though, Marinette.
Variables from outside the system. Variables. Surely that can only mean one thing.
Yeah.
Descenders?
Yeah?
Dottore likely captured the Traveler because of his Descender status. But the Three Moons' authority comes from the world itself.
Yeah, okay.
Why would Dottore need
Sandrone,
anything
keep
beyond
reading,
that?
please. There is a big thing there at the end.
Where does this variable factor in? The world formula calculates the fate of an entire world. Introducing a variable would therefore give us...
Variability.
Polonia, search keyword pathway and bring me all relevant books.
Oh, more reading. Let's fucking go, dude. Good fucking lord. Okay. Okay, following guillotine structures. Well... I'll be straight up. This reads like Sandrone. This reads like it with Sandrone's voice. Is this for all the people? No, more like this is for the people that did do that quest, and this is extra like information on it almost. Is kind of what I'm getting, because like Luke and them were saying, like I'm curious to see what what my interpretation of this as somebody who has not played it. So yeah, this feels more like this is aimed towards people that did play Narcissus and Kreutz, and this is just like extra information because I know that quest had a lot of holes in it. You know, so this very much gives, like, this reads like, come on. At this stage, we have to pull out. The director says everyone will be given a position and research resources after Reconstruction, but I'm afraid if it were me, I would use this as an excuse for a major shakeup. People like me don't get recalled anyway. Never mind. I've been pretty happy these past few days. I guess I'll consider it my retirement. Like, this reads like Sandrone, right? Okay, this is Jakob. Okay, Jacob. Fuck it, I need to stop saying Jakob. Anyways, when it comes down to it, our research directions are different. So I apply for a new research lab with the director, but there's nothing for it anyway. Elaine is incredibly intelligent, but he only trusts himself and doesn't trust our observations or accomplishments unless he reaches the same conclusions through his own calculations. Well, it's okay since Elaine is making the world a better place in his own way. I trust him because because this is the world that Anne lives in. Even though the Institute is full of people, I don't have many friends besides Carter. It feels like everyone kind of dislikes us. Renee managed to acquire something powerful to research. Apparently these appeared after the disaster and are very dangerous for most people, but I feel okay. Maybe my constitution really has gotten a lot better. I helped Renee out. When I visited him, I found that he also attended Nurses and Grades Institute. We didn't tell him about the vice director abandoning us, or it would have made him sad. If only we could have helped him just like I was helped. After discussing it with Renee, he finally agreed to give it a try. He said since it's dangerous, everything needs to be made clear to Carter, and he must make the judgment himself as it concerns his own life. But if it's successful, then he'll survive just like I did. Okay, so everything about this is around Carter, which is interesting. Carter's the poor sick boy that kind of had to deal with everything. It seems that ordinary diary machines can no longer satisfy him. As a result, the director used national resources to abstain, something truly horrifying. Rumor has it that someone was nearly killed. While this will help him achieve his research objectives, they even got some rare diary mechanical parts being studied by Sumeru researchers as a part of the package. Things went out of control for a third time. Guillaume may be willing to risk his own life, but that doesn't mean the rest of us feel the same. I came up with the emergency damage control strategy, and I hope we won't need to use it before he finishes his kinematics research. However, given his personality, it seems unlikely that he'll ever truly complete that research. It seems that his experiments into machines were intended to create a mechanical dog as proof of his accomplishments in kinematics and material science. It's actually a good idea and could be showcased in the city, and the creature is much more personable and likable compared to the automated turret next door. At least he lived long enough to be poached by the Maréchal's hunters. I still hate that word. It was easy for us to survive this long either, but what will we do with this blasted crazy killing machine that can't repair itself? Whatever, that's a problem for future generations. Flirting with my boyfriend after a long work shift. Yeah, gotta love it. However she pronounced it. Sermon dictation. Explications on the chemical chemical? That's supposed to be chemical? Or is that its own word? Okay, it's an obsolete spelling of chemical. Okay, yeah. Oh, huh. Whoa, okay. So I look up the term chemical. Right? And it pulls up the chemical wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz. The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz is a German book edited in 1616 in Strasbourg. Its anonymous authorship is attributed to Johann Valentin André. The Chemical Wedding is often described as the third of the original manifestos of the mysterious Fraternity of the Rose Cross. Although it is markedly different from a fraternities and confessio fraternities in style and a similar subject matter. It was one of the three of the Rosicrucian manifestos, and the book also inspired several Rosicrucian organizations. So the Order of the Golden and Rosy Cross, Societas Rosicuria in Angelia. Oh, it's fucking to present. Okay. It is an allegory romance story divided into 7 days or 7 journeys, like Genesis, and recounts how Christian Rosenkreutz was invited to go to a wonderful castle full of miracles in order to assist the chemical wedding of the king and queen, that is, husband and the bride. The manifesto has been a source of inspiration for poets, alchemists, alchemy for which the sacred marriage was the goal, and dreamers. Though the force of its initial ritual with processions of tests, purifications, death, resurrections, and ascension, and also by its symbolism found since the beginning in the invitation to Rosenkreutz to assist the royal wedding. The invitation to the royal wedding includes a symbol invented and described by John Dee in his 1564 book, Monas Hieroglyphica. Alchemical romance passage in the Bible, such as the kingdom of heaven is unto a certain king, which makes, okay, yep. Yeah. Although the book first appeared in 1660, the story takes place over 150 years earlier. Yeah, the story follows the Passover and the 7 days of unleavened bread exactly. The slaughtering and roasting of the paschal lamb begins the evening near Easter, as does the chemical wedding. The chemical wedding begins in the evening of the Rosenkreutz sitting at the table with both the paschal lamb and the unleavened bread. This would seem to indicate that he was Jewish. However, the words Father of Light are curiously in the first paragraph. The phrase Father of Lights appears only once in the King James Bible, and it is in the book of James. Below is the operating paragraph. Okay. This is interesting. The 4 paths, the 9 lords, this feels like it's a rabbit hole to go on. Okay, the second chapter of in the second chapter, Rosenkreutz sits down to rest under 3 tall cedars. This is a tablet fastened to one of them which tells of 4 paths. An important point is that it's the bridegroom, the Bible, that is offering these paths. It reads as follows: By us, the bridegroom offers you the choice between 4 ways, all of which you do not sink down the way can bring you to his work. The first is sharp or dangerous, but the one that will lead you to rocky places, though which it will scarcely be possible to pass. The second is longer, take you circusy. It is plain and easy if the help of a magnet to turn you neither left nor right. It is truly royal. This so far is scarcely allotted. By the 4th, no man shall reach the place, because it is a consuming way, practicable only by incorruptible bodies. For whichever you will enter, this is the one destined for you by immutable fate, nor can you go back to in it, save at great peril to life. Huh. Okay. This is a rabbit hole. I'm gonna have to go down that later. Anyways, sorry. Time to read this. Fundamentally, what the ancient orders designated as marriage was, in essence, an interpretation of ontologically distinct orthants. Good fucking lord, we're getting into rabbit holes. Holy shit. Okay. As you can see, it is a magic set in motion by the 3 particles above the kingdom. Oh my god. Okay. Yes, it is metaphysical origin. Yes, its metaphysical origin lies in the emanations of the 4 particles beneath the firmament. The alchemists of Khaenri'ah are prone to disregard metaphysical sentiment and effect, pursuing instead the gold of the ignorant within the material world. It is for this reason that their crude inquiry cannot be compared to the great undertaking that we are to achieve today, one that is founded upon the Ramirian style theory. 3 pertains to appearance, while 4 pertains to the intrinsic. 7 obtained through their overlap constitute the number of paths for vertical transcendence. This is lots of jargon. I love this. Okay. We designate this process of overlap as a marriage. For the union of the 2 through the mediating medium is akin to the matrimonial covenant of those bound in mutual love. Observe and compute the pathway displayed in the guidance diagram. Deconstructing and reversing its effects should generate potential ideas. Nevertheless, there is one thing everyone must keep in mind. Solve the first half of the equation, leave the second unattacked. But you have all in the clear light and some, though not all, in the dark. This is not because they possess any sanctity that renders them untouchable, but because they offer no benefit whatsoever to the world formula. Only mediocre minds foolish beyond a certain measure would actively seek to trespass upon such prohibitions, because in the eyes of the ignorant, taboo and precious are semantically identical. They fail to recognize that in most cases, taboo, like convention, lacks merit for deeper inquiry. No, this doesn't sound like somebody's trying to hit the word count. This sounds like somebody that is writing to a very specific god. Because if it was somebody trying to write the word count, they would be explaining all of these terms, right? But no, this is so terse in a very, very scientific way, because the point of scientific jargon is to be as terse as possible, right? So you don't have to take detours explaining all this shit, right? Okay. Take heed. What we speak of is the act of overlaying your dream upon the dream of gods, of overlaying your law, your will, and the starry sky upon the ineffable sacrifices in despair. We do not speak of the following emanations to achieve ascension to the ranks of gods. This is a base dream doomed to perish within an eggshell. That's an interesting fucking term, because that eggshell is a huge concept in Gnosticism. What I aim to teach you all is the principles of transcendence, the infinite expanse, and the innumerable stars within it. You too must act in this manner, unbound by any constraint. To choose division for the sake of convergence is the necessary path of marriage. At its core, magic is the science of art, is the science and art of affecting change according to the consciousness. Marriage is the instrument through which the art is realized. It is neither the subject that creates art, nor the object that art is created upon. The subject is always, and can only ever be, consciousness itself. One who is free from the weakness of consciousness bows neither to the gods nor death. Wow, okay. Okay, explain that to us, folk, in the way back. Okay, I'm gonna try my best. Kind of salty that Phantom left, because they would be great for explaining this shit, or helping us explain this shit. So, what I'm gathering from this is, it's annoying as fuck to auto-translate. Yeah. Okay, word by word. So, ontology. Ontology is for the Vsauce viewers here, ontology is the philosophy of existing, right? To say something is ontologically real is to say that it fucking exists, right? Ontologically distinct is to say that at like the most philosophical, fundamental level, they are different from each other, right? There is absolutely zero overlap as to what they are, right? Ontologically distinct means A, they exist, and B, they're completely different from each other. They have no overlap in what they are whatsoever. Marriage was, in essence, an interpretation of ontologically distinct orphans. As you can see, it is a magic set in motion by the three particles above the kingdom. I'm not sure what that means, yet its metaphysical origin lies in the emanation of the four particles beneath the firmament. Okay, so we have, okay, hold on, give me a second. Paint. So what I'm getting from this is we've got, say, here's the firmament, right? F for firmament. Underneath the firmament is Teyvat. And within this firmament, we have 4 particles. And then above the firmament is, is the kingdom, quote unquote, which now I'm starting to think is maybe Celestia? Right? Is above the firmament. And then above Celestia are 3 more particles. So what I was saying earlier was it is possible that particles and shades are the same thing, right? These 4, just as in real life quantum mechanics, we have particles that explain every single individual force that we observe in quantum mechanics, theoretically. We have here, each particle is an explanation for the 4 fundamental forces of Teyvat: space, time, life, and death, right? Those are the 4 fundamental forces that keep Teyvat running, right? Because those are the shades, right? Those are the laws of Teyvat almost. So each particle could also be a shade. Each particle describes or is responsible for each of those 4 fundamental forces in Celestia, or in Teyvat. But above Teyvat, outside of the firmament, there are 3 more that exist. And according to this, it's saying 3 pertains to appearance, while 4 pertain to the intrinsic. Intrinsic is defined as is something that is essential, inherent, or fundamental part of something. So, very intrinsic pieces of Teyvat are space, time, life, and death. So 4 very fundamental governing laws of Teyvat. The 3 particles above that, as referred to here, right? So we have, as you can see, it is magic set in motion by the 3 particles above the kingdom. And down here it says 3 of these particles pertain to appearance, while 4 pertain to intrinsic. 7 obtained through their overlap constitute the number of paths for vertical transcendence. So I think, what's 3 choose 4? I swear, if this is 7, I'm gonna go fucking 4 choose 3. It would be the right one. 4 choose 3. It's 4. Okay. Shit. How do you get 7 from them then? 4. You get more than 7 if you did that. How do you overlap them in a way that gets 7? I'm not sure. But either way, you marry them in certain ways and you get 7. Hold on. 4 plus 3. Fair. I'm overthinking it. Because what I was thinking is, you say overlap. To me, that means you're taking individual particles and bringing them together. 2 of them Venn diagram over each other, and that makes a thing, right? But that you point out has a very good point. 7 is all of them together. So we have, so if we pull up, good lord, I have not gone down a rabbit hole like this in a long ass time. If we bring up, where's my shades? 4 shades. If we bring up the 4 shades, who do we have? We've got Renova. It gives me fire. It gives me pyro. Asmodee. It's weird. This is Cryo, obviously. So Pyro, Cryo, Geo. No, you'd be Animo. Geo Animo. Pyro, Cryo, Geo Animo. Or, sorry, Animo, Geo. Possibly. Because space, like, physical fucking rock, right? Does that make sense? Kind of. Oh, this is someone else. So we've got Death. Nibirius might be associated with something else, though. It could be either Hydro or Dendro. Geo and Asmodee, yeah, that makes sense, right? Geo and like Geo being space, right? Hold on, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull up this. So we've got Geo is, sorry for the flashing. Geo is space. I'm actually gonna do this differently. Time, life, death. Right? So if we do here, this is Geo. Time is Animo. Death would be Pyro. And life would be something else. Could be Hydro too. And death is yeah, exactly. Like it's fucking Hu Tao. Like is my argument for that. Life would be Hydro Cryo. I'm gonna say for now, for the sake of argument, we've got Hydro, right? Just for the sake of argument, just for now, just to like make my point here, I'm gonna just say Hydro. So what we're gonna do now is we have left over, yeah, exactly. Like primary to C, and it's also it's the opposite of Pyro, right? That's actually a really good point. Okay, let's just say life is Hydro, right? So that leaves us with Dendro, Cryo, and Electro, right? So what do we know about these? We know that Dendro is... So these four are the intrinsic values, like the intrinsic elements, right? Which actually makes a lot of sense because water, fire, earth, air, those are like the classical fucking elements. How did I never even thought of that? That's so cool. Okay. These are the classical, and like classical philosophy, like these are the elements, right? But now we go down here and we have these ones left, which these are supposed to be the like particles of, what is it, aesthetics? How was it referred to? Appearance, is it? Particles of appearance. And then if I go here, I could say particles of intrinsic. Right? So is a life force? That would be different though. Okay, so we know. So something that's important to keep in mind is this very, 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 very long-standing theory of when something, like when somebody gets a vision, it's from a very strict like line of things that they did, right? Or that they experienced, right? So for Pyro, we know that generally it revolves around strong emotion and passion, which is interesting. Light for Hydro tends to go to characters that are that create, match, kind of, you know, that create or heal or help. Animo is the dead friend, and then Geo is stalwart and strong and kind of like preservation almost, right? Like it's the same idea why Qlipoth is like an amber, right? Is that idea of like strong crystal earth is unmoving and reliable and that sort of stuff. Dendro is a lot about knowledge. Is about like seeking truth. Electro is so now he's, yeah, exactly. Cryo can be complicated love. Electro is a finest reason would be Dendro. That's actually a really good point. Like reason? That's a really good point. Finest might be above them all. Okay. Maybe, but you also have to keep in mind, right? We are talking about beings that govern fundamental concepts and forces in Teyvat, right? And it does describe them as being above the kingdom. So these are three beings, three forces, three things that like are manifestations of these ideas that are above Celestia, which I think fits Phanes pretty damn well. So we could say that particle of appearance. If we go down here, we could say like suspects. We got Phanes. We've got primordial one. And then we've got like, say for the sake of example, fish apps. So we have Dendro. I'm pretty confident in this, right? So what would be Nibelung? Nibelung, what is life, right? That's Nibelung. Right, because this is Asmodee. I should just do this. Asmodee. Esteroth. Life is Nibelung. Death is what's her name? Renova. That's it. I was thinking Remiria. Okay, so we've got the particles of appearance. Dendro, possibly Phanes. Cryo. Oh, it's Nibirius, sorry. Nibirius. Right. Yeah, sorry. Nibelung is like so many names. I'm juggling so many things in here. Yeah, so then, yeah, this would be Nibelung, right? Oh, no, sorry. Doot. Nibelung. Primordial. It's a good game. These are the same. No, they're not. Second you came. Is the first 3 particles the first 3 descenders? Possibly. So, okay, yeah, so we have these 3. I'm very confident in Faunus being Dendro. Primordial one and Nibelung, I'm not sure though. I honestly still think the 3 particles of the moons. Yes. Frost Moon. Let's keep this. We're gonna work on this. We're gonna keep working on this because all Nahida and A symbols with the moons and all, it does make sense. And okay, good point actually. So possibly the moons, A and Nahida both have strong ties to the moon. And we are not sure who had what the Tsaritsa's deal is. That's possible. She also has ties to the moon. Possibly the Frost Moon. Right? So now we can say Dendro, Nahida. Nahida is representative of the moons. And then we know A stated she had, or A has strong ties to the Abyssal Moon. And then we know that possibly Tsaritsa also, or I could just put Frost Moon for this for that point. Right? That makes a lot of sense to me, actually. It's a really solid point. And because we know that all 3 of the moons were beyond the firmament. That's a really good point. And and then we can also extend this and say that, okay, if the 3 particles of appearance were like align heavily with 3 gods, we can also say Dottore making a new moon does in fact turn him into a god. That's like a logical leap that you could make, right? So by creating an artificial moon marrow, you have effectively created a new god. Because these 3 particles manifest themselves as gods. So if you create a fourth particle of a new law, then you have created a new god. That makes sense? I like doing this in Neo, and this is actually kind of fun. He's just kind of undermined all of this. And so he's possibly created an 8th element, right? If I switch this to like red, right? He's like possibly created an 8th element, which is wacky. Yeah. Okay, this is weird. Okay, continuing. But okay, so the marriage of these three things creates this weird. Okay. Emanations of the 4 particles beneath the firmament. So what he's trying to say here is alchemy only deals with this, right? Oh, it's just like blue. Alchemy only deals with this, but Remarian science deals with everything, which is the fault here, is because if you're only dealing with this, you're dealing with only things that are material and exist in Teyvat, which isn't necessarily real, considering this is all a dream. Like these are all manifestations of a dream. But if you're dealing with everything and this, then you're dealing with the whole truth. Like, it's pretty much saying if you're dealing with all 7 of these particles, instead of just these 4, then you are doing science with the full picture of the universe. It's like saying, it's kind of like saying you, it's kind of saying like, if you don't do everything with the understanding of both general relativity and quantum mechanics, then you're not actually understanding the world, right? If you're just working with like general relativity, for example, you're kind of just doing fool science. Like that's kind of the idea, I think, is what this is trying to communicate. That's wild. Okay, we need to move on. I'm going to scan this last one just in case. Seal a chemical marriage, according to him, one of the civilizations older than Remarian civilization itself, and was one of the gifts bestowed upon King Remus by the Golden Bee. Whoa, okay, hi. Okay, this is important. Okay, research of Master Ruggiero about the Golden Troop. Comparative studies have been concluded that on the surviving ruins of the ancient orders from across the land. While they all had different names, the scripts and images left behind support the conclusion that they shared the same origin. Ancient scholars believe that all arcane arts originated from the pre-Remarian civilization, a belief that now seems to be much more than mere speculation. Fortuna seems to be the name of a symphony. Remarian musicians call it the Musica Mundana, or the music of origin. Okay. Mundana as in like Mappa Mundi. And in the eyes, the rise and fall of civilizations, as well as the fates of mortals, are all orchestrated by the movements of a symphony. And when a civilization perishes, a new one is always born in its wake. The philosophical system is complex and enigmatic, bearing almost no relation to modern Fontaine's natural philosophy. However, this is hardly surprising. According to historical records, after Remuria was brought to ruins, the refugees fell under the Lock Knight Irenaeus' sway. Yep, okay, we done that quest. They willingly forsook their ancient faiths, tongues, and writings, embracing a life of devotion to the gods of our forebears once had. I hinted at this matter to the Golden Hunter in an oblique way, since the Maréchaux's hunters who first pledged themselves to his cause were all descendants of the Lock Knights. Praising the benevolence of Irenaeus seemed like the safest approach, and inquired about his knowledge of natural philosophy from that era. He was silent for about like half a minute, then told me not to probe too deeply into those ancient philosophies, saying there was a reason they had been forgotten. Got it, okay. Still, as a gesture of gratitude, the Golden Hunter was willing to tell me the names of these patterns. The seal of chemical marriage, according to him, this symbol is even older than the Remurian civilizations itself, and was one of the gifts bestowed upon King Remus by the Golden Bee. What exactly those were remains unclear. The rise and fall of empires and civilizations, the ascension of mortals, and the emanation of light. What is this? Even dreams of surpassing the gods. What is this? All of these can be represented by this formula. I cannot understand it all. He declined to elaborate, and so I can only record these matters here as they were told to me in hopes that those who come after might one day decipher their meaning. Will, wisdom, and emotion. I like that. I like that. I'm gonna write that down as will, emotion. Nope. Why did I go up that far? And wisdom. That's interesting. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got these 4. You got these 3 above. This feels like, okay, yeah, so these are the 4 here. They all connect with each other. Down here, is this representative of Teyvat? Possibly? Someone being funniest? Maybe. I don't know. That is wacky. Okay, that was a really long tangent. I'm sorry.
Otonki Sermon Dictation. Explications on the Chemical Marriage. These titles are pretty esoteric. Observe and compute the pathway displayed in the guidance diagram. Deconstructing and reversing its effects could generate potential ideas.
Oh, okay. So we had the diagram. Oh, I should have gone back. Fuck. Okay.
So it's one of Renee's draft lectures.
Okay, so it is Renee. I fucking called it.
Deconstructing the pathway. I suppose that could lead to a breakthrough.
Okay.
This is so long. This guy sure loves showing off his knowledge.
Knowledge. What's the next one?
Polonia. Search keyword tree model and bring me all relevant books.
Oh, okay. What is this gonna turn up? Dude, this is so much fucking lore. What the shit? The ocean gave birth to all, yet also devoured everything. Legend has it that this era. The ocean gave birth to all. Hi. What we were talking about earlier. Okay, the envoys of the heavenly city walked the earth, the envoys of Celestia, and with their guidance, we knew that part. People enjoyed endurance, peace, prosperity, and abundance for all the ancient days. Irrigation. The irrigation of mankind. Drowned all sin and irrigation, and thus were early peoples brought to an end. When the tide receded and the earth was revealed again, no cities, no civilizations lasted above the high waters. Throne of Gudabad? That feels like a historical... Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to... Okay, so that is a thing that we knew about. Gudabad. Okay. Yep. Remus, Maripides, we all know that. His immortal fate, Remus conquered the islands of the high waters. Thus did the God King derive the primordial plan from the 7-day rotation of the flowing winds of sea and land, and composed a harmonious symphony of prosperity. He believed that so long as all the cities echoed with this greatest of songs, they would escape the judgment of fate and the last reach of the land of eternal bliss. But thusly, the ancient writers concur: oceans will rise, empires will fall, and the only constant is change. Greatness and glory unto Vermeria and its immortal Remus King. Ships traveling between islands in the high waters. It is said that the towers stood at the border of reality and dreams. Oh, okay. Even if sailors were able to be lured into slumber by sirens, they could follow the sound of the bell to break through the mist and find their way to Remeria. Continuing along their royal fairways leading to Makimos, where the brave Remerian warriors lived. Traveling through Makimos, you would arrive at Capitolium, the center of Remeria. So we go and here all the features and places. Promoted 4 humans with great capability to high posts. He shared his power and authority with them, making them his partners in governance in the harmists for all cities, to eliminate all discordant sounds, to spread the harmonious symphony throughout the world. He built far-reaching fairways, which could be the melodies. It's very harmony coded. Yet fate's decree was not for even such as gods to defy, and to attempt to escape destined judgment was a mortal sin. Amongst the God King's sins, the most terrible was the attempt to pass power that should have been reserved for the godly domain to humans. Thus, the power that's the status led to corruption and decadence. Do not be. Oceans rise, empires fall. Yeah, okay. Humans in naivete once believed that the reign of the King Remus and his eternal city would surpass time and fate. Last 1,000 years. Started to get their eternity. Finally dawned on them. Glory to our noble navigator, ruler of rivers and seas, and the queen of all waters. May she defend the law, and may her reign be long. Peace be upon us. This reads like a prayer. When the royal cities collapsed, the great power shattered, and the people above the high waters were perched on the precipice of barbarianism and annihilation. It was our noble queen who settled the conflicts between the tribes around the flowing springs. We established cities anew. There's a world guided by laws that endure to this day. Yeah, this is Focalor. The tragedy of Remeria, not Agaria, sorry. The tragedy of Remeria occurred merely a century ago. Okay, yeah. Nothing huge in there. Biography of Guillotin. If ever reason to believe that whatever constructed Guillotin crashed in his workshop later years were doubly destroyed long ago after all uncovered. Young. I'm going to skip over this. Time Trekker, collected edition. This is a story from many years ago. After the evening banquet, Miss Aviva, who today would be Lady Ninonen, was, as always, theatrically grousing to us about the all too swift march of science. Though her grasp on engineering is even less firm than her knowledge of Watatsumi's islands. What the fuck? We're in Watatsumi now? Good lord. And of course, she knows nothing about the latter either. But self-proclaimed interest in engineering was in vogue amongst some ladies and gentlemen at the time. Argades? Words seemed an attempt to prove how truly the affairs hurt her. And no one answered Miss Aviva's enthusiasm fade. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Good, Miss Aviva, the things that you said certainly left an impression on me. He lit a cigarette. However, you need not worry. There is still one space that has yet to be subdued by humanity. Indeed, if the required techniques do not emerge, I feel I will never be. Where's that? Reptile asked, a sullen look on his face. He'd been so confident about his monkey story after all. Time. What prosperous talk, Dr. Rainier declared, trying not to laugh. Firstly, how can time be considered a part of space? Can you separate yourself from time and exist independently in space alone? What do you mean? I mean to, at this moment, still be speaking to me and in the next disappear without a trace. Is this possible? He waited for a moment as if waiting for the others to think. Obviously, anyone with the capacity for rigorous thought would know for certain that much like length, width, and height, time is also a dimension of space. As such, it is a part of nature and thus can be conquered. Utterly preposterous, Doctor muttered, but did not refute the statement. I have been involved in research of this sort for some time, and I have come up with a machine that can allow people to travel through time as they please. This machine will be ready in 2 months. At that time, Miss Aviva, I invite you and all the ladies and gentlemen present here to my workshop to bear witness to humanity's next great achievement, the conquest of time. Is that what fucked people up? Is that what fucked everything up? Okay. Irrigation of mankind ends now. Yeah, okay, that was interesting. 2 months later, we, the Steambird editor, the doctor, and Mr. Ravilo Oliver, and others who had attended that evening banquet came to Siric's workshop as agreed. Miss Aviva was not there, for she never had much interest in such things, but instead found more meaning in attending a social ball at Salon Caritat. Surprisingly, Sirik had grown older and more frail in just 2 months. In the dim light of the lamp, she's fucking with time, of course. His once enthusiastic, arrogant expression had hardened into something different and solemn, almost like the emaciated ascetics of Sumeru. He welcomed us to take our seats, speaking in a calm tone. Well then, how is your plan to conquer time progressing? The Steambird editor asked directly. Where is the time machine you spoke of? Sirik did not reply. Instead, he pointed at the desk next to him. Our gaze followed, and in the middle of that table was a gold-plated, whale-shaped, hey, it's me, model airship about the size of a small clock. I feel like we've seen that. Even a non-professional eye could readily discern that the model was of exquisite craftsmanship. Beneath its clear crystal shell, an indistinguishable and formless color flowed ever so slowly, glowing faintly in the lampshade's shadow. So, the doctor said, it took you 2 months to make this little toy that would amaze even Lepautes' artisans. It certainly looks like nothing special, Sirik said, an inscrutable emotion shining in his eyes that could almost be called pity. But this is simply a projection the object has left in this moment, just as one can only see a thin line between viewing paper from the side. We're getting into like fourth dimension. It's the fourth dimension! Okay, that's cool. Blethering nonsense. For some reason, Sirik did not refute that statement, merely asking us to calm tone to hear him out concerning this time travel experiences. We agreed, and so he began to tell the story I shall now relate below without interruption from beginning to end. For all of you, it was 2 months ago when I first told you the idea of the time machine. Similarly, it must have been a week ago when I finished constructing said device and stepped into it, initiating the very first instance of time travel in human history. The strange sensations that came over me as I traveled through time are beyond words, just as there are no words with which one can impress the star's brightness upon a blind person. About 20 minutes after this, though describing time travel by using subjective time is quite meaningless. The machine ceased operation. I looked about me then and realized that I was in a Remirian imperial settlement. The grand temples and arenas carved of titanic stone would make the Opera Epiclese hang its head in shame, while the creations of Alangiota would be little more than a child's wind-up toy before the towering Remirian golems. Just as I was beside myself in awe, a few patrolling troops discovered me, seeing my strange style of dress. They took me to be a spy for the barbarian tribes. They seized me, naming me a lowly slave, a degenerate believer in the false god, and threatened to throw me into a deep cistern to feed the vipers. Fortunately, a local Idole, I later found out that her name was Idea Anavana. Both of those names are palindromes. Look, I have read the Stormlight Archives. I have gotten really good at spotting palindromic names. Sorry. I have no idea what the significance of both of those names being palindromic are, but it's cool as shit. Okay. Later found out that her name was Idea Anavana. Realized that my identity was anything but ordinary and had me sent before her. She endured my calamitous grammar and catastrophic accent. At the time, I could not even pronounce Remuria without it coming out something more akin to Amuya. While asking me many questions, which I answered truthfully. Quickly, she accepted the fact that I was from the future and showed me a stone slate that the slaves had recently dug up. The slate was a perfect square, each line and column engraved with 7 symmetrical sequences of symbols. These were not in Remirian script, but rather the characters we use today. Regardless of the manner in which the text was read, or the order or direction, the information within the text did not change. It was an elaborate riddle involving dogs, pastures, cyan finches, the summer rains, the song of the roses, and Rishbalad's tiger's stripes. Rishbaland tiger's stripes, and the ordered patterns of rocks. Dogs, pastures, okay, whoa. Symbolism. Okay, sorry. Despite my long-time love of wordplay games, this endless cycle of riddles made me terribly dizzy. For some reason, I knew that I must solve it no matter the price. I spent half a year doing so, a long idea. And as it turned out, the key to deciphering it lay within the name of a slave now 30 years dead, while the answer was a date set several hundred years after the Empire's fall. I bade Idea farewell and stepped back upon the time machine, forwarding myself to the date in hopes of finding the secret behind that stone slate. There, I met several Marishos hunters, and they showed me another stone slate, which again had 49 mirrored characters on it that formed another riddle. Again, the answer was a date, one set in a future still further off. Following these stone slates' directions, I crisscrossed the fabric of past and future, shuttling back and forth 13 times. Each stone slate riddle was trickier than the last. One of them could only be cracked using a bad romance now. The chemistry? Okay. That's fun, actually. That would only be published 300 years hence. The 5th word of the 37th page of that book would form a conjugate with the full name of the 375th Maison Gardiennage officer from 375 years ago. Dude, he's just being fucked with. 537, 375, 375. Okay, there's numerology going on here. Okay, there's a lot of numerology happening here. Another riddle cipher was based on a white flower that would only bloom several millennia in the future. Those are Intivats. I know not its name, and its pistil structure is very strange indeed. It might be a mallow of some sort. I cannot be sure. That flower is nourished by skylark calls, and so one of the clues to its cipher was the number of ribs in the skylark during Remirian times. I suppose that is generally speaking just how the riddles worked. The final stone slate came from an underground storeroom of the Basil Elton Memorial Museum and had not but one symbol on it. 0. I do not know what I was thinking at that moment. After all, setting my destination to 0 was an action utterly devoid of meaning. But I punched the number into my machine all the same and pulled the control lever. After who knows how long the machine stopped, I sensed I was floating atop a sea with no waves or tides, for even the wind did not exist at that moment. The sky that loomed overhead was not blue, but a dark red adorned with countless stars, pale and distant, like salt frost lining the shore. That's kind of what we saw when the firmament broke in Natlan. I stared at this very first of oceans, transfixed, and several minutes passed before I realized that there was something shadowy hidden beneath the placid surface. It was the Palais Marmonia, which should not be there. At that moment, I could hear someone call my name. Nevin Sirik, the voice called. I turned, and it was like looking into the mirror. A man, identical to myself, looking at me dead in the eye, just as I did to him. Nevin Sirik, he continued. You wish to conquer time. No one can do that. It was you who left those riddles behind. It was you who left those riddles behind, he repeated my question as if it was an answer. Those riddles are part of time, and every matching symbol is time itself. So the final answer to the riddle of time is 0. 0 is not an answer. Instead, it is another mystery, for the answer cannot be found in the riddle, he said. The answer to time's riddle is a mirror, or perhaps I should say that this is the answer that is simplest to comprehend. When two mirrors face each other, time is the infinite reflection of light therein. Countless diverging, converging, and parallel lights form the illusion we call time. There is no past or future, for the past is the future. As you stand here at moment 0 and looking forward along the gap between the two mirrors, all beams of light fall along the same plane, and not one may escape. The Palais Marmonia had already sunk long before it was ever built, and the sunken palais will be raised anew. Joy, sorrow, tears, and death must infinitely recur, for this is the nature of a mirror. Similarly, you can never conquer time, just as you can never grasp your shadow in your hand. Perhaps it was horror or momentary frenzy, but when he finished, I whipped out the firearm I kept for self-defense, levied at it at his head, and pulled the trigger. The room was silent. I do not expect you to believe me, Sirik said as he stood up, his eyes sweeping the room. Just take it as a bunch of bunk that I made up to cover up for my inability to make a time machine. Make of it some lame tale, a dream born purely of delusion. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave of you. My future self awaits a riddle that I must set him. I never saw Sirik Nevin again. That is fucking sick. Oh, that reads so cool. That is so fucking cool. Okay. Back to this. That's really cool. That's really well written. Okay, so this could be a novel. I know. That is actually really fucking sick. Okay, so 0 is not an answer. Instead, it is another mystery. For answer cannot be found in the riddle. Okay, so when I'm as a solid, that's okay. That's exactly what that was making me think of. I was like, this feels like something like an actual author would write. I just don't know what that. It's very Asimov-esque, which is so sick. Okay, let us talk about this passage right here. So, my interpretation of this is. Go away. Thank you. Okay, so we've got okay, that's better. So we've got I don't know if it's everything happening at once. What I'm gonna say is I think we've been interpreting samsaras incorrectly. So two mirrors looking at each other. Okay. I like. Okay, so there's two parts of this. There is the symbolism of Zero here, and the scenery around Sirik, and the idea of the mirror. So I'm gonna start with the Zero and the scenery around it, because this is where my mind immediately goes. So you have time equals 0, right? Right, time equals 0. And what you see here at this point is the end of everything. Everything is still, things are weird, right? Because what we are seeing is the Palais Mermonia is flooded, which happened back here somewhere. And it will rise anew eventually, which happens somewhere over here. So to say that there is no past or future says that time's a loop. I think what we have been thinking, I think this is a misinterpretation of it, is the idea of a samsara being a loop that restarts, that has like a hard end and hard beginning, right? So in this interpretation where there is a hard stop where everything resets, there is a like ontologically like proper definition of forward and backward in time, right? Here, that doesn't really make or like okay. There is a strong definition for future and past, right? But here, in this interpretation that we're getting with this scene with Sirik, is there is no hard stop. It is a continuous loop. It's a Mobius strip. There is no forward. There is no backwards. It is just kind of omnidirectional, right? Is what this kind of is, right? So there is really no starting point, which, okay, this actually brings up a really good point about how we were talking about the bootstrap paradox earlier, right? Because if time doesn't have a beginning and it doesn't have an end, then where did it start? If Teyvat's timeline doesn't have a beginning or an end, how did it start? What bootstrapped this entire process, right? Or also talk, but like, this is the interpretation I get from this, because if Sirik is at time 0, he is seeing both like the beginning of like the past and the future at the same time, which is a unique thing because I know it's weird because that in theory then you could do that at any point in time, but we can't. We don't. Like, that's weird because we do like when. Why is it specifically at time equals 0? Because it's the idea of when you're at time equals 0, if you look further back in time, then you don't see, like, you're kind of getting an integer underflow, right? Where you go to like the max int, right? Like this is max int, this is 1, right? And so like this is the end of time, you're at 0, you're just resetting, but you can look back and you can still see like the remnants of the past, right? But for some reason, those remnants of the past slowly disappear as we go further into the next loop. So it kind of is a hard stop, but not really, right? It's weird. It kind of feels like the scenery reminds me a lot of the end of Evangelion. The end of Evangelion, where it's just Asuna and Shinji. They're like, everything is fucking over. Everything's done. They're kind of like, the apocalypse has happened. It's after the apocalypse, right? Which I'm obsessed with the idea of post-apocalypse, like after an apocalypse has happened. It's cool, but that's kind of what is happening here, I think. The idea of the idea that we're getting with the mirror. The answer to time's riddle is a mirror. Perhaps I should say that is the answer that is simplest to comprehend. When two mirrors face each other, time is the infinite reflection of light therein. Countless diverging, converging, and parallel lights form the illusion we call time. There is no past or future. The past is the future. And that alone kind of gives me the past is the future is the loop thing. Because, like, okay, if you go this direction, eventually you'll end up over here. So if you go into the future, you'll loop back around here. And if you go back into the past, you'll loop back around to the future. Like, it's omnidirectional. Like, the existence of past and future requires a start. Right? Even if we're talking about a samsara, right? Even if we're talking about a samsara, a loop, in order for there to be any meaning to the idea of future and past, there needs to be a reference, right? There needs to be either a start or an end. Something that we use as a frame of reference, right? But if time is circular, then there is no meaning to that idea, to the idea of future and future and past, because there is no reference frame. Time is entirely self-contained. What if Zhongli is one such remnant? Ooh, I like that idea. Okay. This is one of my favorite parts of this quest so far. Key we're not located, but crazy important. Okay. Great Detective Herlock, the Alchemist, and the Clockwork Saint. Chapter 4. Okay. We're getting shit from fiction now. It's another palindromic name! Oh my god. I didn't even realize that Nevin Sarek was palindromic. Oh, what the fuck is happening? Dude, I am going to fucking obsess over that book now. That is wicked cool. No, I didn't notice. I didn't even notice that. I noticed that the Remurian lady that he met was palindromic. I noticed that one on Havana, like Idea or something. But I didn't even notice Nevin Sarek's name was palindromic. Good lord. Okay. There's definitely a pattern. There are a lot of patterns in that book. I'm gonna obsess over that. Okay. Anyways. Okay. Great Detective Herlock, the Alchemist, and the Clockwork Saint. We are now talking about fiction, which is cool. This is my specialty. Okay. Chapter 6, sorry. So the story ends like this. Herlock sat down and lit his pipe. But the rest of us, whether it was Agent Gina, Miss Jacoba, or the Commissioner, Miss Atie, okay, sure, looked at one another in confusion. You must still remember that the locations of the 4 previous cases were equidistant. There was a symmetrical pattern between the time, space, and even the first letters of the 4 victims' names. Time and space, hello. Herlock said. This is a Sherlock Holmes. Okay, sorry. That just clicked for me. This is also why Gina's deduction was completely off the mark. The murderer knew that she, possessing basic knowledge of the mystic arts, would assume that the followers of the Lilia Crucis Ordo, would assume that the followers of the Lilia Crucis Ordo would treat the patient as a necessary ritual sacrifice. So, the culprit let her believe that her assumption was entirely correct. But when Duke St. Germanus departed, he clearly said that everything was beyond redemption and the next case would also, Agent Gina protested somewhat reluctantly, he's only a genius when it comes to mechanics, and everything else he's just an ordinary person. Herlock paused, then continued. He's always been the type to like things he can fully understand, just like you, Gina. Ah, I get it, Miss Yakova shouted suddenly. My dear Herlock, now everything's crystal clear. The 4th victim's death wasn't a carefully planned murder. It was pure coincidence. He only wanted to kill those 3 unfortunate gentlemen to avenge his comrades for the Lilia Crucis Ordo. 3 and 4 are really important numbers here. But the traps he set weren't limited to just those 3 locations. He was worried that the plan might fail, since the 3 victims were all well-protected figures after all. So he added a few extra traps. Yet he never expected that, with Gina's interference, the plan would go far more smoothly than intended. Miss Yakoba, please do not speak as if I were the accomplice. Agent Gina's face turned as red as the sunsetia as she protested indignantly. How adorable. Indeed, Herlock said calmly. It was unclear whether he meant that Miss Yakoba's deduction were correct or that Ancient Gina was indeed an accomplice. Most of the experimental devices proposed by the Lilia Crucis Ordo are built based on a simple, basic tree model logic structure. They do not recognize their own masters, following only the commands they were initially given, so they end up killing said masters. This is why I keep saying, don't put too much trust in Clockwork Mecha. Unlike humans, machines have no heart. It's interesting that this is where this shows up. We're built based on simple, basic tree model structures. Okay. The tree model here means like strongly logical. Yeah, like what you create when you like traditionally program something, like logic trees. I remained silent as usual, but Miss Yakoba glanced at me with what seemed like a hint of puzzlement. What's wrong? Why are you standing there in silence? Is there something on your mind? No, I just didn't expect the truth to be that simple. Of course, my understanding of... Well, sorry. Of course, my understanding of Clockwork Mecha cannot be compared to that of Duke St. Germanus. But I've done a bit of research to suggest that those mechanisms were merely activated by Mr. Marcella's mishandling seemed a bit too contrived, but to imply that there was another mastermind behind it all felt like stretching into a territory of conspiracy theories. After all, no one besides us could have pulled off the operation I envisioned, so I decided to abandon further speculation, choosing instead to enjoy the reaction of the adorable Agent Gina. Hee. So this is why you don't understand deduction. Agent Gina seemed to have regained her confidence, not to mention her mild sense of superiority over me. Excitedly, she raised a finger. Isn't there a saying that goes something like, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however? Stop right there. That's Phantos something mas something story. We don't have the publishing rights from their publisher. Okay, that's a fourth wall break. Okay. Herlock took another drag of his pipe. He seemed to be lost in thought once more. Regardless, this case came to an abrupt close. A person who did not manage to witness the end, a person who did not manage to achieve his ideals, a person who indulged in fairy tales, who dreamt of following the hero he admired, yet never saw his dream fulfilled. OMG, you're here? Yeah, no, we had the time, we just wrapped up our whole ass discussion about the time tracker shit, fandom. Also, behold the theory. Okay, yeah, first of all, time trackers happened. That was weird. The theory, screenshot it, discuss it. I don't know. I need to see if you are of approval. Yeah, okay, so no, we got a fourth wall break here, which is interesting. But then, okay, continuing. A person who indulged in fire. Okay, someone who had everything, someone who had lost everything, someone who woke up, someone who would never wake again. Unstinting in sacrifice, unflinching in farewell, undaunted by pain. Yet in the end, the sacrifices remained only sacrifices, the partings remained only partings. Clocks tick through tranquil years, fish swim in crystalline springs. No matter how grand a dream is, it will fade away like this, forlorn, wordless, silent. And after that... Okay, that's sick. So, what does that have? I'm very curious as to see what fucking. I'm very curious to see where that comes from. Okay, yeah, no. So, you can also probably, run back, but it's that idea that we have 4 particles of intrinsic things, right? Of intrinsic truths of Teyvat. And then we have 3 particles of appearance. Particles and shades to me are the same thing, right? And so we have 3 particles of appearance that exist above the, sorry. Redrawing this diagram. We have the 3 particle, this is the firmament. Celestia is like over here. And then up here you have the 3 particles of these, 4 particles. These are the shades. These are the 4 shades that we know of: space, time, life, and death. And then we have the 3 more particles that are mysterious, and we don't know what these are. But they also line very cleanly with the 7 elements of the game, right? Because it was saying, like, you marry these 2 sets of things and you have 7 elements, right? You have 7 things in this one big set, right? And so when you get those, you can very cleanly map the 4 intrinsic to the 4 shades that we know of, right? Space, geo, time, animo. These 2 are very cleanly tied. Life and death are opposites of each other. And you also have to keep in mind that those are the 4 classical elements: fire, water, earth, air. That's fucking Avatar for you, right? Now, you get to particle appearance. The leftover elements, dendro, cryo, and electro, are all much less fundamental, right? They are, I mean, okay, they're still fundamental. The ice is frozen water. Electro is fucking just angry electrons. Dendro is the weird one, but they're much less self-explanatory, right? Elements have been pretty much confirmed. Exactly, but the idea comes, like, from the fact that, I don't know, it's just weird for me, right, that you have these 3 leftover things that are mapped. And it explains a lot with the fact that, like, we get, like, yes, I knew that these are pretty much confirmed, but the idea comes from the fact that they are defined as particles of intrinsics, right? These are their own, like, intrinsic forces that are below the firmament that are fundamental to Teyvat, which is kind of what the shades are, right? But, like, they are tied to particles. And then you have these 3 extra leftover ones that are above the firmament, that are more abstract, but also, right? Like, it's weird. It's very weird. And you can kind of tie them to will, emotion, and wisdom, respectively. So what suspects of those tie to those cleanly? That's the idea that we're trying to come up with here. So that's the core of that theory. Okay. Hi, Syndrome. What do you come up with out of this? What do you get out of this?
Most of the experimental devices proposed by the Lilia Crucis Ordo are built based on the simple and basic logical structure of a tree model. Lilia Crucis. Guess they were trying to cover up the name of the Nautitzenkreuz Ordo?
Because the idea is the 4 shades are manifestations of these particles, right? Of these forces that are intrinsic to Teyvat. And so the idea goes, why wouldn't the other 3 particles have their own manifestations and beings that are important to Teyvat? And so Hez came up with the idea of, is it maybe the 3 descenders, the 3 original descenders, that could have been these, or it could have brought these forces along with them to Teyvat, whatever. A possibility, I don't know.
When Duke St. Germanus departed, he said, "It seems that there's no going back. Alas, he is only a genius when it comes to machines. In all other things, he is but ordinary." Excuse me? I'm sorry. That's just ridiculous. What kind of book is this?
She takes offense to that.
Great Detective Herlock, the Alchemist and the Clockwork Saint? Isn't this a novel? Come on. Still, the author swears that they knew Renee well.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. I guess it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Renee would say nonsense like
also,
that on occasion.
Phantom, have you come across this thing by any chance? I want to see if you've made this connection. Because I looked up chemical, and I was like, is that just an old spelling of chemical? And it is, but like, I may have read a theory about it, but no. Read into it. It's fucking interesting. The numbers 4, 3, and 7 come up a lot in here. Also 9 for some reason. It's a rabbit hole that I don't want to get into right now, but I feel like somebody that is more willing to get into that would have a blast.
Memory, wishes, souls, and persona. Frankly, this sounds more like occultism, but if Albedo vouches for it, I suppose there must be some alchemical basis to these techniques.
Memory, wishes. Oh, the the orthants are the stages of alchemy. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. Oh, okay.
The way Alain Guillotin saw it, the world was comprised of machines. The universe needed machines, and thus his technologies were created. That's why I was born. René, his full name was René de Petrichor, if I recall correctly. Sounds like he and the town must be intricately connected.
Yes.
That place was also the source of most of our information regarding Remurian civilization. Seems like some of his projects were the cutting of souls and storing them in vessels. These seemingly unrelated techniques underpinned René's research. Assuming that the 4 orphans correspond to alchemical categories, the chemical marriage model, Alain would have scoffed at that. He never would have let those theories or parameters anywhere near his mathematical formulas.
This diagram is whack. Because, like, you get the 4 and the 3 here. There's for 7. The 4 particles of intrinsic, the 3 of appearance.
What was Alain's view on René? I know he mentioned the name, albeit very rarely.
Kabbalah, yeah. Oh, that actually brings up a really interesting point. The fact that in the chemical weddings of Christian Rosencrantz, the main character brings up the Kabbalah. Hold on, where was that? There was a passage about it. Like, due to certain things that Rosencrantz says, the belief was that he was supposed to historically be Jewish. Where was it? No, he does not. Okay, it doesn't say it. Never mind. I must have made that up. But yeah, no, it does come up with the idea that he was Jewish, which is interesting.
Now I remember. Alain's old notes are here too. They mentioned René once. René seemed most out of sorts when he spoke to me. A lack of sweet foods has dulled his mind, I should think. Either way, his words are not to be believed. Yep, that sounds like Alain. My subordinates actually did a half-decent job digging out all these materials. Makes a change. Good for them. Some of Alain's old files are completely consistent with these records. He must have gotten them from the Tower of Gestalt. I never knew he got his hands on René's records that early. He may have kept them, but he never even attempted to use them. Didn't believe a word they said. Come to think of it, René's world formula was filled with calculations of constants. That shows he believed that the fate of the world to be predetermined.
Because it kind of is. And that's what the time tracker was saying.
As for Alain, it's been too long. I forget what he said. What would he have said? A guy like him, fervent believer in machines, but not headstrong enough. The world can be changed. It is worth persevering. Yes, that's how he used to think at least. He created that procedure to save this world. Yet the scale of the world's fate proved too enormous. The result was beyond his ability to calculate. He died having never seen the outcome. And there I was, left behind in the ashes of his dreams. Did you really never take a close look at Renee's research? Or did you read it but deem his philosophy incompatible with your model? The very thought of trying to incorporate his ideas probably made you feel sick to the stomach. Well, don't worry, because there's a whole new category of lunatic in town. Next to Dottore,
All right, see you, Phantom. Thank you for popping back in.
Sane. You once asked me what I wished for. Should have asked him instead. He's the one pining for things you'd sooner die than witness. Even the tiniest variable can make big waves in the present. Now then, allow me to put these incompatible fragments together in your stead.
It's another riddle.
First, establish and verify the existence of the Great Circle.
Oh, is she trying?
Absolute nihil on one end, absolute reality on the other. Now, search between these two extremes.
Okay.
Then, the construction criteria. Variables. The sparks of civilization shall run out unless we consider introducing variables from outside the system. Input variables. Traverse the world, space-time, and civilization. Then extract the essential nodes from the records to determine which variables they point to.
Traverse. Essential nodes from the records to determine which variables they point to. So a node would be hold a pointer to a variable. Okay.
The primordial power that differentiated itself from the void. The power of light. Yes, light.
God, the fact that light is becoming... Okay.
Records. Hyperborea.
Okay.
This is horrendously complicated. After all that, I'm still missing a few variables. I need to think this through again.
Hold on. Civilization, extract essential nodes. Yeah, okay. No, that's true. That is true. They do point like correctly. Or like that is what we're doing. We're traversing and collecting stuff or whatever. Oh, good lord. Okay. Like I said, that was like Sandrone said, it's complicated.
The sparks
like
How do you think it looks, Polonia? Like the frenzied scrawlings of a madwoman? Fine, keep it to yourself. It's not like you can talk anyway. I'll assume you gave it... I jest. But true madness does often start with trying to save the world. What would Arlecchino and Columbina think if they saw this incomprehensible hen scratch? They'd probably have me institution. So would Rosaline. She's been dead for a while now.
Okay.
When I close my eyes and think back, I can still see her face. And that enormous dress she used to wear. Such a bizarre choice. What possessed her? Oh, and the clack-clack of those heels used to drive me insane. No one's asking me, obviously, but I hope you all know that I never wanted to save the world. I'm not crazy. I don't have delusional ambitions, and that's a clinical fact.
The Rosalind slander, I know, it comes out of nowhere.
The world needs a solution, but I don't need the world's validation. It's the world begging me for answers, not the other way around.
Yeah, she's getting a little cuckoo. Tracing the footsteps of the past. Tea time. Dinner time. Tea time. Dinner time. Where do I go? My turn. Prepare tea. Take our refreshments. Prepare the tea. There's a built-in timer for tea. I love that. It's like he's a fucking teammate. Take refreshments. There's a note on it. I wonder what the note says. Bum, bum, bum. Combat teammate.
Oh, cookies to go with the tea. Let's see. They must be from that person who brought those documents. I see they're from Hotel de Boer.
Who's the person?
Something's written on the box. We are proud to present this homage to the Fortress of Meropede's fun-filled mill collection system. Fortune cookies. Have a lucky start to your day.
Is it Risley?
Sounds like a dumb gimmick to me.
Oh, because it's tea. That makes sense.
Be early to bed and early to rise. Get plenty of sun and drink plenty of water. Then things will surely go well for you. What? Are you kidding me? Somehow I doubt that an early night and a glass of water is magically gonna save a world on the brink of existential peril.
Love Central. Okay. Hopefully, as the rest of the stream is not going to be as lore heavy. Good lord.
Lady Arlecchino, word has reached us that Lady Marionette's troops are all in position. They are ready to act as soon as the order is given.
Excellent.
The only thing is, they are fewer in number than we expected. It looks like many of them must have lost their lives at the hand of the monsters released by the Doctor.
There's the hollow in the background.
Can't be helped. Allow them to join our ranks and keep in contact.
As you wish.
Along for the ride, hell yeah. Oh, child. Okay. Long time no see, Bucko.
It's been a while, Arlecchino. You look well.
At least the lore was interesting. It was so cool. It's gonna take a minute for that to sink in.
Did Dottore really have to build his lab right on the sole path between Snezhnaya and Nodcry? Had to go on a huge detour to stay out of its line of sight.
Sounds like an arduous journey. I assume you've brought word from Her Majesty?
Of course, all part of the job. Firstly,
He's just the
Tsaritsa
errand boy.
has authorized Fatui Internal Affairs to review Dottore's case. They will reach a formal verdict on whether he has turned traitor and whether he poses a threat to Snezhnaya.
Yeah, no, he's just errand boy. Also, I love how they have an internal affairs department. That's great.
While they're working on that, I've been ordered to come and receive the refugees from Nodcry.
They are nearby. My team will escort you to them shortly.
Great. Aside from that, Her Majesty has a message for you and Sandrone personally. Huh? Where is Sandrone?
She stayed behind to work since I was making the trip anyway. It seemed sensible to have one person on standby at base while the other came out to meet you.
All right, guess that's just how she rolls. In that case, tell her that the Tsaritsa's decree this time is pretty awesome sounding. I think she'll like this one. Still, I wonder what... Wait, what's that? Did one of our troops turn into a monster?
Lamau.
Take him out.
Child being told to do it. You have to play as him too? Good lord, dude.
Transfixed.
You've gotten stronger, Arlecchino. Nice.
Oh yeah, because she like absorbs shit or something.
I appreciate the praise, but I am not fighting you today.
Well, now. She's like, don't even think about it, dude. Child, not even using him. So,
He was a living, breathing human one moment, and the next.
Another fine piece of work by our dear colleague, I'm afraid.
What in the world has been going on in Nodcry?
Oh, you have been missing so much, child.
Dottore stole 2 moon marrows that should have belonged to Columbina, then built a 3rd moon marrow of his own to concentrate the Trilunar Authority in his hands.
All of those things go right over his head, because he has not been here for any of it.
What? What do you mean he built a moon marrow? People build roads and houses, not moon marrows. What's his next DIY project? He's gonna build a god?
And he's gonna become one.
You could stand to be less surprised. We are harbingers. The work we are engaged in makes the creation of gods seem mundane by comparison.
Never made a new authority? I thought he did. I thought he implied that last
I
last
tell
stream.
everyone
okay,
who
anyways.
asks that you once crossed swords with Rex Lapis while serving as a key supporter for Rosaline's plan. But right now, you're acting like a common adventurer.
Thanks for speaking up for me. Those two really took me for a ride back then. Then again, surely no common adventurer would manage to get tangled up with them the way I did. That's gotta count in my favor, right?
It almost sounds like you wish to repeat the experience. I might have to lower my opinion of you.
No. I'll stop talking. Please, go on.
Dottore is currently still experimenting with his newfound power in ways that continue to corrode the outside world.
Still try their authority? That's true.
As for the human mutation, I believe this is simply a consequence of his experiments, and not a strategic move. That radiant beast was once a subordinate of Sandrone's. I suspect he was only allowed to live so that he could become an experimental subject. Also, those of us who fought Dottore have been afflicted with a curse. As such, I cannot leave Nodcry.
This is so much worse than I thought. No wonder Her Majesty's decree is so extreme. While these exceptional circumstances persist, the Harbingers are hereby authorized to use unilateral executive powers. Should Dottore pose a threat, Arlecchino and Sandrone are permitted to eliminate him.
Lamau. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, you could truly, straight up. He's just like a dude, comparatively.
My thanks to Her Majesty. I will pass these good tidings on to Sandrone.
Her Majesty has also declared that she will refrain from launching an attack on the now evacuated Nodcry due to the presence of unretrieved research material.
A wise decision.
By the way, how's my old partner doing? I'm assuming they're with you?
Nope.
Partner? You mean the Traveler? I'm afraid I have bad news. He was captured after our failed assault in Dottore's lab. His whereabouts are currently unknown.
What? Why? Since when does Dottore have a bone to pick with him?
That is indeed the question. I'm not sure he does. He must have some other goal in mind.
This won't do. I have to rescue him.
You can't. We have no idea where the Traveler is.
What am I supposed to do then? Stand here twiddling my thumbs?
Sandrone is working on it. The best thing you can do right now is complete your mission.
Fine. I guess I'll leave this to you then.
One last thing. Tell the Rooster to get the message out to the gods and citizens of every nation in Teyvat. Beware. An uncontrollable pollution is spreading forth from Nodcry. The source of that pollution is a madman drunk on the success of his experiments. The Fatui and our allies will endeavor to contain the threat. However, if Nodcry falls, things are likely to escalate. Considering Dottore is one of our own, all Fatui stationed in Nodcry consider it our duty to stay and fight him to the bitter end. Whatever the cost.
Hey, don't be too pessimistic. If it comes to it, I'm sure Her Majesty won't stand by and do nothing.
I hope you're right.
Interesting. Okay, different hollow.
You're right on time.
Thanks. Hey, do you think I'll get that gliding exam exemption? I made sure I was on my best behavior in Mondstadt. I landed.
I'll help you apply. Don't worry. For now,
Yeah,
let's see
that's
what we
like
have here.
on the lowest part of the priority list. I'm gonna be so straight up there, and like that is not even on the priority list right now.
What are the doctor's energy fields even made from? The usual attract and repel principles that govern Kuvaki don't seem to apply to them.
They are very mysterious. But ultimately, they appear to be comprised of energies from the three realms.
There's three.
Thanks to research by Master and the Hexen Circle, we know that Tevat's 7 elements are derived from the more primordial power of the Light Realm, which is antagonistic with the power of the Void Realm.
Okay. You think the Light Realm is the login screen?
Since you have the power of the Dragon Durin within you, I'm sure you can already tell that this energy field contains no abyssal energy.
That's true. It's not abyssal energy. It's something pure, wild, and untamed.
Like, I'm thinking like is in my head when Albedo talks about the Light Realm, my mind jumps to like something like Shadesmar, where it's a realm where you can easily travel through places from planet to planet or something, and you like people can use that other realm to travel to distant planets in a very, very quick manner. All right, CHE, thank you for popping in.
I've been thinking about something. Do you still remember the device that Dory supplied from the Academia when you and Miss Columbina fought Rarier? That was one of the most marvelous feats of ingenuity I've ever seen. The design, the craftsmanship, the material selection. I couldn't fault any of it, not to mention the operating principles. Surely the most ingenious feature of all. Dory didn't go into detail on how it functions, but I have a working theory. The clue was that Miss Columbina was somehow able to use the pyro energy that you provided, despite the fact that, as a moon goddess, she should only be able to use Light Realm energy in principle. Now, all elemental energy is, of course, derived from Light Realm energy to begin with. Hence, I suspect that the device works by restoring elemental energy to its original state. This presumes a theoretical model of the 7 elements akin to that of light refracted through a prism.
Yep, okay. We've talked about this before, actually.
Perhaps it is no mere analogy. Maybe there is indeed a prism in this model. I almost wonder if the idea for the device was conceived based on direct observations of said prism. It would explain how such an ironclad design concept was achieved.
Yep, yeah, it's been a theory for a long time.
It is at once a masterwork of engineering and a groundbreaking application of the Academia's latest elemental theories. I suspect only Lesser Lord Kusanali herself could have devised such an ambitious technology. But back to the energy field before us. If this is pure Light Realm energy, its relation to elemental energy is one of integration versus division. Or you could say that the former contains the latter. Could this mean that elemental energy can dilute the power of the Light Realm?
Should we give it a try?
We should.
Ha! It works!
Clear signs of disruption were detected at the periphery of the energy field. This indicates that elemental energy can disturb or even negate the field. Now you try.
It's destructive interference.
All right, here goes.
It's literally just destructive interference. That's actually kind of cool.
It's working!
Switch to abyssal energy and attack.
It does nothing.
No surprises there. Abyssal power drains the energy field to a significantly greater extent. I now feel confident in asserting that the energy field is indeed pure Light Realm energy, and that elemental energy can dilute it.
But the energy field is huge. How much elemental energy will it take to neutralize it?
We don't have to neutralize it completely. We can try other approaches.
You just need to make a hole.
That's all for theory. Would you like to continue watching?
So you knew I was here.
Oh, hi, Greg.
Huh? When did you get here?
A while ago. But Albedo sounded like he was working on his thesis defense back there. Back in Sumeru. You can end a person's whole career by interrupting them mid-speech.
Very thoughtful of you. I'm truly touched. Could I ask you to lend me a hand?
With what?
A little test. Try using Anima to unleash a concentrated assault with circular blades, with the goal of breaking through at a singular point.
There we go.
Nice! This time it tore through the field.
Tremendous. This is a major breakthrough.
I love it when Albedo gets to be smart.
Should we go through?
We probably shouldn't risk having mutually antagonistic energies in such close proximity. Durin, you stay here and watch the entrance. Hat Guy and I will go in to investigate.
Yeah, I love the fact that these three together are like three of like some of the most lore relevant characters in the playable cast.
Sounds sensible to me. Keep your eyes peeled, Durin.
Don't worry, I got this. You two be careful in there. Just give me the signal if you need help, and I'll dive right in.
What do you mean?
Just knock me out there. What do you know it would?
It's based on a new alchemical concoction I developed last month. When 2 bottles of it are smashed on the ground together, they emit a blinding burst of light.
She just made
If it comes
thermite.
to that, remember to shield your eyes with your hat.
Albedo just made thermite.
Glad I asked. Thanks for the heads up.
Okay. Let us enter the hollow. I swear, if time gets weird inside of this, I'm gonna...
Beyond a certain distance, we can't see the opening where we came in.
Yep, okay.
Maybe that's to prevent people from escaping.
Sounds like Dottore style to me. Not much has changed. Things are basically the same here as they were before the energy field appeared.
Well, those are dead people. Okay.
They have no heartbeat and they're not breathing. We can only assume they're dead. But there are no visible wounds.
This group of characters like watching the Genshin 3D model. It's straight up, yeah. We start with Albedo, who is in a desperate need of a model update, up to Durin, who is so recent.
Also, there's an animal squatting next to each body.
That's weird.
It's watching us. That's not an animal's gaze.
What are you trying to tell us?
Doesn't seem eager to talk. I guess maybe it's just an animal after all.
No.
Let's keep looking around.
It's weird that they're paired 1-to-1. The Heretics Utopia. Ooh. If
Same
only Lauma
situation
was here right
everywhere.
now.
Not a living soul in sight. Just countless bodies with animals standing watch over them.
If only Lauma was here.
Well, I think we can safely rule out the possibility.
Is skirting around the topic your way of showing consideration?
Just being cautious. I don't doubt that you can handle the truth.
That's the one thing
Careful.
that it's one of the things that I really enjoy about how Riot, like Riot Games does it like that.
I hear a voice.
Is it up? Is Riot does for really old characters, they do complete VGUs, visual graphic updates, or visual gameplay updates. Oh, it's like glitchy and shit.
Please, help us.
What happened here?
I don't know. Suddenly, everyone collapsed. Then my line of sight got lower. I still have some of my senses left. I gotta get out of here.
It looks like there's a huge experiment going on inside this energy field. Maybe each energy field is its own giant experiment. Vile.
He's swapping human minds with those of animals. even without the other
Yeah,
circumstances.
even the fact that the music is glitching is
This
sick.
would be an extremely radical experiment. Those people may have lost their sense of selves, but they are not fully animals either. If they were, they would have left. But instead, their instincts are driving them to remain
That
with
is
their dead bodies.
that is gruesome. What the
We should
fuck?
go. No sense in sticking around here longer than we need to.
What the shit? I'm so confused. Or like that's like
Agreed.
that's grave. Gold did worse. I don't think she did.
Ah, you're back.
I
Everything
don't,
okay?
I don't know if I would consider what Gold did strictly worse than that torture.
We saw some
of
things
many
that take
people.
a strong stomach. Otherwise,
We should share our findings with the others.
I would be surprised if she somehow managed to do worse than that. Between Animorphs and the unwilling Animorphs as well.
Yes? Who is it?
Miss Nefer, it's me, Albedo. We found a way to break through the energy fields. With enough control, it's possible to tear them open using elemental energy. Also, we managed to take a look inside. Dottore is carrying out his cruel experiments on an immense scale. Any residents who have failed to evacuate in time will likely meet a grisly end.
Sounds like he's living down to our expectations.
Might I ask how things are proceeding on your end?
I'm just about to get started.
She has
be
a
in
chest
touch
set
once I
back
have a
out.
result.
Understood.
I will.
He's using the chess set thingy again.
Well, Nefer, I'll link up with you once my tasks.
What makes you think I'd need you to do that?
I'll need it. And considering the way you approach certain matters, I think you'll be better off with me present.
What is she
Let's begin.
about to do?
Entering simulation mode. A vast wasteland. Is this the tropical world?
It's not a wasteland. It's a field of flowers, bitch. Like,
I was expecting something more vibrant, to be honest. Wait, someone's there.
I mean,
What are you looking at? In that case, I'll look at it with you. I want to know all about everything you've seen and experienced. Is there somewhere I should return to? Or should I stay here and be the hero everyone says I am? I don't dislike my current life. Roaming the land, fighting battles, accomplishing missions, earning a living, looking after Paimon. It's not so bad. I guess the only thing that's missing is that you're not here with me.
This is the conscious layer, which contains a person's true feelings. It is filled with both longing and kindness.
I suppose anyone who lives long enough ends up wishing for someone who can't be there. Maybe it's the only way we can feel truly alive.
Time to delve a little deeper.
probe deeper into his thoughts. She's creating like a reconstruction, almost.
Nasha Town is hardly the optimal choice for a place to live.
What?
But it has character.
Okay.
And a reasonable population density.
We're back in the traveler's POV. Okay.
What are you trying to say?
Oh, don't be nervous. I was just thinking where might make a good starting point for your journey. Perhaps I should send you further afield. Conria, perhaps.
Conria ceased to exist long ago.
Once again, you fail to understand the possibilities that the Tri-Lune creates. Anything that has existed in the past, I can now recreate.
Time tracker bullshit, right? Okay, interesting.
You simply do not wish to see that happen. That might be because you miss your sibling and fear getting answers that you are not ready to learn. But this is not for me to judge. If we are to collaborate, we need to maintain an amicable relationship. In a moment, you will be able to...
Oh no.
Oh, he saw her.
What are you...
Shit.
What are you gonna do?
Don't move. Something unwanted has crept into... Oh? Gone as quickly as it came.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Did you save me?
If I hadn't cut the connection, Dotori might have caught you from the other side and destroyed you.
Thank you, Nicole, for, Oh, okay.
This was a good idea, but once is plenty. You were exceptionally brave. Excellent work.
Thanks, but now's not the time for that.
She's like, yeah, lay off the praise. That's what Llama's for.
Albedo speaking.
I think I know where he is.
What is this endless darkness? I can't see anything, even though my eyes are wide open. But why?
You opened such the abyss.
What happened?
Ah, sorry about that. I take it you didn't notice. Just now, a friend of yours took a little peek into your mind.
Could it be Nefer? How did she do it? Did she use something as immediate?
Do you think she's aware of your current circumstances? Oh dear. Have I stunned you into silence? I only wanted to slow down your time a little so I could stop your intruder in her tracks. It would have been nice to capture the spy. I must say, I'm finding the ability to adjust the flow of time rather intriguing. The moment you closed your eyes, time seemed to grow impossibly viscous, didn't it?
No, it didn't. He just stopped seeing things. Like, he stopped seeing. Is it because light stopped moving? Like, Detroit actually controls time? Well, okay. It's weird because when, like, I don't know. It's weird.
A whole month passed before you opened your eyes again. But only for you. No one else was affected.
It's perception of time.
I dare say this is something only a god can achieve.
It's purely perception of time because that theoretically that's something that you can do as well in actual science. You can fuck with people's perception of time.
You've proven once again that you have god-tier powers.
Oh, you misunderstand. This wasn't about proving a point. I was testing things out. I find I learn best by doing, and I have to admit, time is not the easiest dimension to control. I only wanted to make you sleep for a short while, but it ended up lasting a whole month. Clearly some finesse is required to wield the authority over time as I wish.
Oh, that's a dangerous game that you're doing. That's a very dangerous game that you're playing there, Doctor. You're Do you know what happened to the last person that tried this shit?
I hope you're not angry with me. It was only a month's discrepancy, nothing too serious. Had I been off by a year, a decade, or even a century, that would have been quite a different story.
You could have frozen me for millions of years. So much for collaboration. You aren't showing much sincerity.
But how did he snap everyone when he caught Columbina last patch? That's a good point.
Millions of years? To what end? I wonder if
I
you
don't know.
don't understand humans all that well. They are very pragmatic creatures who understand only that which they can perceive with their senses. If I had you sit here for a week, I imagine people might sympathize. But if I left you here for 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years, the sheer size of that number would cause it to lose all meaning to them. They would not have the capacity to comprehend your suffering, and thus they could not empathize.
But the weird thing is they physically froze in time. Like things happened while they were it was depicted in a very weird way that heavily implied there was actual time bullshit happening.
Unfortunately, while gods do exist in Teyvat, it is ordinary humans that account for most of the population. Their lifespans are so limited, their bodies so fragile. Did you ever really hope that they could begin to understand someone like you? Your long life and unique origins make you fundamentally different from them. How long will it be before they start to treat you like the alien you are? Before you are ostracized, outcast?
Alien?
Even I feel bad for you sometimes. This world has made you into a slave. So many times you have served its will, and not once have the powers that be ever thought to grant you the one simple thing you wish for. You have been treated most unfairly. I can change that. I will grant you special privileges and give you back the status you rightly deserve as a descender.
What is that? Some weird phrasing.
I've entered the past 3 times at this point, but I still have so many questions. For instance, beyond each point being further back in time than the last, what determines the specific locations at which I can make entry? So far, the common thread linking all 3 scenarios is that the Traveler has been present.
That's literally it.
But it's more than that. I know I sensed something familiar around him. What was it? I'll keep this question in mind as I carry on.
No, I think what I had the same thought there, Nick, for a second, but I think what he was saying was he wants to. Aether is a descender, and in being a descender, he deserves certain privileges, and he deserves certain privileges that he has not gotten from people. That's I think he's more saying, because you are a descender, people should see you as a god, but you have been robbed of that, of those abilities of being a god, of stuff like that. I think that's what he was saying. Not that you aren't a descender anymore, but that you, as a descender, should be seen as gods, or should be seen as powerful, or whatever, should be revered, and should have extra powers that go with that. But you don't have that, so let me give that back to you. Okay. So the fight.
Humans.
Yeah, this is with Rary.
You never change. Always trying to use powers you not.
This looks like Star Sand Shoal. Was this before Rerir regained his physical form?
You've messed with the cannon again, huh? Sorry, but this round's not
the cannon. That's right. I was at Silvermoon Hall and I sensed an abnormal Kuvaki fluctuation coming from Nasha Town.
He wants to get. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is does he want to give back his powers that Asmodee took during the opening of the game?
And right after that, came an ominous power emanating from Star Sand Shoal.
My body was once torn into countless pieces.
and hurled into the swirling chaos of time itself. But even so, my life and will were not extinguished.
I wonder if I could try to prevent his resurrection. But how would I do it? What can I do, here and now?
Traveler! Behind you! Look at that light!
No, I won't make it. He's using the Kuvaki shield, like I taught him. Is he going to use it to block the cannon's beam? He's strong. I'm sure he can manage. But the force released when the beam impacts the shield might lead to collateral damage. Easy Island. The Frost Moon Scions will be exposed to
A question, if I may. Kind Miss Columbina. When the cannon's Kuvaki beam was deflected earlier, I saw several bolts of energy streak toward Hisi Island, only to be blocked. Did you also have a hand in that?
Yeah, it's just one big bootstrap.
Maybe that really was
Fair
me
enough.
after all. Well,
But
future
it's
me.
not future.
But I don't know if
this
I
is
have
weird.
enough power left.
She did protect EC. She did. Oh my god, this is weird.
There's no time. I have to. Oh, Frost Moon. Oh, great land. Oh, slumbering moonlight of Nodcry. If you can hear me, if you can sense my call, then please, heed me once more!
Yeet.
Did it work?
I mean, it must have, because it happened already. We are in Bootstrap Paradox time. But she also fainted, so that's not necessarily good.
Hey, wake up. Hey, did you hear me? Columbina, I said wake up now!
Oh, good morning, Sandrone.
Oh my god.
It's 3 in the afternoon, actually. And could you kindly not use my quarters as your personal nap room next time?
She slept in her bed. God, they were so dating.
Aw, but I feel so safe here.
They are so gay. Why are they gay?
And your coffee, right? It's so bitter, but it smells lovely.
Oh my god.
It's like you were raised by wolves in a forest or something. What did you drink growing up? Grass, tea?
Water?
The Frost Moon Scions certainly led a more frugal existence than the Fatui.
Then I'll bet you've never eaten one of these before.
It smells delicious.
That's because it's a Fontanian recipe. I had a little free time today, so I made a batch. Rosaline will be here shortly, but if you really can't wait, I guess you can go ahead and... Hey!
She's going ham.
Let me finish before you start eating! Did the rules not apply to you because you're the high and mighty moon goddess?
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, they really are.
These are so tasty.
Of course they are. I made them.
She sounds so satisfied with herself.
I was worried they might contain traces of machine oil.
What?
And she's back to rage baiting.
You know, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Why did you leave your old home and join the Fatui? I mean, I'm sure their food was awful. But there's gotta be more to it than that.
Well, life there didn't go quite how I imagined.
What were you expecting? You're a god. Your followers are gonna make some demands of you, right? Surely you can just answer a few prayers here and there in return for the free food and drink. How bad can it be?
Well, would you help other people? just for free food and drink? The doctor told me that you were created by a great mechanic, Lord something Fisher.
The Lord Artificer. Ugh, some people can't keep their mouths shut.
Oh, Lord Artificer. And didn't he have something to do with the, narcissist?
the narcissist.
Narcissenkreuz Ordo.
Yes, that was it. Narcissenkreuz Ordo. So, would you try to fulfill their wishes?
You must be joking. I wouldn't go even if they paid me. I don't even know them.
Exactly. Well, I felt the same way. I did not know the people who made demands of me.
Huh. What do you know? We're on the same page for once.
For once.
In his later
My
years,
ass.
Alan did ask me if there was anything I wanted to do. If I had any wishes of my own. Well, I don't. And I'm not in any mood to fulfill someone else's either.
Who's Alain?
He was the... You know what? Never mind. You're not gonna remember. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, neither of us is the self-sacrificing type. Let me ask you this. What sort of place would you like to live in, if you could choose?
Wherever you are.
A place where people don't ask me for things I cannot give them. Where they don't worship me, or fear me, but just want to chat with me like a normal person.
This is what she's getting right now.
I'd also like the freedom to come and go as I please. And ideally, it would be somewhere with the smell of coffee and snacks.
She is literally describing wherever Centrone is. My god.
Not to burst your bubble, but no such place exists in the world. Now, take your snacks and scram.
Oh. Centrone, don't reject her like that. You clueless lesbian.
Did I pass out? Of course. I'm back here again. I dreamed of events from my past. Sandrone. Traveler.
She says Centrone's name first.
I miss you all so much. Back there. I guess I managed to harness all the Kuvaki energy on Hisi Island. But how did I do it? Time is flowing backwards here, and I can use that familiar power to enter the world of the past. That mystery ally everyone talked about. It was me all along. I can sense that there isn't much more power remaining up ahead. What lies at the end of all of this? Will time keep flowing into the past? And will I ever find my way back?
Okay. Yeah, she's struggling.
It's getting harder and harder to use my power. I'm no match for the Abyss in this state.
Ooh.
I need to avoid the contaminated fragments.
Oh.
Time to go.
I almost did that.
I wonder
One try.
where I'll find myself this time.
Okay. Let's see what we got.
The Final Night Cemetery. This is where Flint's is based.
Or not? How are we supposed to read through?
Difficult,
Right.
yes. But it
So
is also our
ways
most
back.
efficient.
Seems like they're searching for information. Oh, I remember. Was this my doom?
To expose the true intentions of this Rarir, we need to dive into Notcry's
Yeah.
history.
Are my
She's
actions
everything.
changing the past? Or are they simply completing a process?
That's what I'm thinking is they are they're not changing anything. They're a part of the
All
process.
this inevitable?
No.
Or am I the one making these decisions? If I choose not to help them now, will it change how things turn out?
Hope we don't land on our heads then.
They're my friends. I can't not help them.
Ghost!
And the other one was... here.
Hey! Another file's moving!
She's completing a process. All the Nicole theories. Yeah, I mean, they were good theories, but who could foresee fucking backwards time travel?
That should do it.
Who could have foreseen this shit?
Luanatar? You can sense my presence? Wait!
Oh. Oh. Oh shit.
Luanatar. So she's that familiar presence I've been sensing all along.
Oh shit. Oh, that makes sense.
She's always been by the Traveler's side. That explains why the Traveler has been there each time I've entered the past.
That's the one thing I do love about this game, and like theorizing this game specifically, is like in game, so in like lore circles, like something like FNAF, there isn't really being such things being proven wrong. Really, there is, because there isn't really a correct answer, and like that's more scientific. That's more science than anything. But when it comes to like Genshin, yes, we eventually are given the correct answer to some things, but the community is very willing to just kind of set shit out there and just be wrong, because that's fun. That's the fun part of it. Like that's what's so fun about this game, and about like having about theorizing this game, and just kind of just studying the lore, is making connections, being wrong, because it's fun, and sometimes you make a shot that's correct, and that's cool. That's like that's also part of the fun. But like it's just kind of fun to just say shit, and like who knows, maybe this will stand. Maybe my very first Genshin Impact video will stand, and it'll be true, and Paimon is actually truly the fucking shade of space. But like who knows, I'm probably wrong, and I like that, but like yeah.
But why Luanatar? Is it because she has a connection to me as the Moon Goddess's familiar? If so, why not any other Kuheng?
Is it the kind of a similar thing to... Is it a similar thing to the Black Hats? Where Luanatar is created because that's where she crosses over? That's where she meets you?
I cannot sense any power up ahead. Just a void. This is likely my final chance to enter the past. It's now or never. Hisui Island? How far back in time is this? Where's Luanatar?
Seeing Inaba and Aino reunited like that sure was heartwarming.
Very beginning of Not Cry.
No. Stay calm.
This is the first time we met Luanatar.
Think, Columbina. How do I find a way back? A way back... to where? Do I go back to Moonprayer Night?
That's the weird
Or
part.
to the
Is
future that followed?
because time is so fucky now. Like, what does it mean to go back?
And if I return in my current state, what will become of me then? Dotori's actions that day proved that he'd been planning that for a long time. He had already seized the power of 2 moon marrows before capturing me. Even if I manage to get back, how can I fight against him when he wields the Tri-Lune Authority? I can't. If I go back like this, I'll be playing right into his hands.
Does she turn into Luonatar here?
I have to find some way of rivaling the power he has usurped. Wait. Time flowing backwards. The Tri-Lune Authority. Does that mean? I think I know what the final destination of this lunar reflection might be. I know what I must do.
Speaking of homes, we must already be close to where the Frost Moon Scions live. The vibe here feels different. Just like the scenery.
Luonatar is some other moon goddess, Kuanki? How does she know what's up? I know.
How do I communicate my plan to my friends?
I feel like Luonatar is, like I was saying, a manifestation of, like, she is like an anchor point, I guess, or like she is a manifestation of the timelines crossing over.
Should I write it down here? I need something with a close connection to me. Now it makes sense.
Okay, Luonatar made them. Or she made Luonatar. She is not herself Luonatar. That still makes sense.
Hey, what was that? I feel like...
It was I who brought Luonatar into being. I gave up a piece of my own soul to create her. That's why I could sense a familiar power
Her
from
daughter.
the moment I entered this space. It also explains why she's been present in every past location that I've entered. Because we have a deep connection.
Yeah, okay. So Luonatar goes forward in time. And to the Calavita is a proud mother of what exactly? Her child. Because Luonatar goes forward in time, and Luonatar is like part of her, that is a strong anchor point that she can connect to whenever she wanted to go back in time, or go to another point further back in time. And maybe the gravity force that she felt that pulled her back into the reflection realm was like the tether between her and Luonatar stretching to its limit, right? Because she's going backward in time, Luonatar is going forward in time. She could only stay there for so long, right? And so when it becomes too strong, she has to get pulled back to the backwards flow of time or whatever.
Hey there! What's your name?
And the reason why there are no more gates to the past after this point is that Luonatar hadn't been born
yet.
then.
Okay.
No wonder I sensed the trace of a blessing when we first met. But I still didn't recognize the soul hidden within you.
The fact that I'm not free. It's kind of textbook, but it's really cool.
Back then, I was just a little
What if
lost
Asmodee
stuff.
did something like this
I
and
had yet
created
to
it?
become
That's
Paulina
likely.
Hyposelenia.
Go on. Go on now. We've got stuff to do.
Hey, you scared it off.
I'll be counting on
Oh, thank you for head touch. Oh. Her daughter.
Remember to stay by the traveler's side, guide him, and help him in my stead.
That's adorable.
Oh, and bring him to the garden where the moon prayer blossoms grow. There's a little lost dove there who will need his help.
Little baby.
You too. Go and live your story. As for mine must go in a different direction.
Okay. That's a cool shot of her walking past them. Oh, that's so cool. Careful, I don't know what you think. end of that act. And we go straight into this fucker. Still hate him. I still despise this man.
How would you like to experience the thrill of never being held accountable for your actions?
Okay.
You could crush people like ants without consequence, or tear off their heads or limbs as you please.
Once again, it's the problem of I have morals and you don't. You don't understand this. Okay. Yeah, no, so Columbina created Lonathar, and then but again, it's still a bootstrap paradox of how did this start? Where did this whole thing start? Because it's still a time loop. It's still a loop. So the question becomes, where did this start from?
Believe me, such a life is but one.
We don't have. Even now, we still don't have actually like.
What point is he trying to make? Freedom? But the freedom to kill? To do evil and get away with it? Why would you offer me that?
The creation of a world is the ultimate scientific experiment. I have taken my research to the highest level, where I shall be not just a god, but also a servant to many sacred spirits. I shall heed the truth and perform holy deeds.
Oh, true. That's what the save is. Okay. Because I was thinking, I was like, I am about to, like, I should probably, like, wrap up stream here. Because we've been going for 5 hours. Because it did save, I could just close the game here. And just call it for the day. I completely forgot about that. Like, I didn't even clock the saving thing. I would recommend. Yeah. Let's save this for another day, another stream. Save the rest of this for another day, another stream. So, in the meantime... Boop. Boop. No, I didn't. I accidentally clicked on it. Hold on. I just fucking far forth close Genshin. There we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Jesus Christo. What the fuck was that stream? Oh, that's loud. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. That time tracker book is sick. I still can't get over that. That was just too cool. That is just too fucking cool. I love that. Oh, God. Anyways, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Depending on what I have going on, I might stream tomorrow because I don't have classes tomorrow and classes start on Tuesday. So I might. We'll see what happens. We will perhaps see. But anyways, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I will see you guys later. So, bye-bye, y'all.